You know, they say that you need to do 10,000 hours of something to be an expert, right? I'm not just making that up. People do say that, right? I think. But yeah, no, I do yap a lot though. That is also true. Unrelated psychedelic porn crumpets bullshit bit thing statement is when it comes to their name being unique but feeling generated. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard wins that. That's one that doesn't feel right to me. Like, that's not a band, is often a response I get from people who don't know of them when I mention them. Like, that's not real. Stop being silly. Now you're just saying words. Listen to the psychedelic porn crumpets. They're good. Use Sullynome instead? Sure, but like the numbers are easier to determine for a random viewer in 10 seconds on Twitch Tracker. Sullynome is a better website, though, I agree. I give Sullynome money on Patreon. The thing that I wanted to say about the porn crumpets is their music videos are claymation. And they have like a cinematic universe of like 5-minute animations done in claymation with different characters that pop up. And it's actually kind of incredible. And I very, very much recommend it. Even if you don't like their music, they're like little science fiction shorts. There's like this reoccurring bounty hunter character that I think is a zombie now, because his head blew up at one point. There's like cyborgs and shit. There's like a spaceship made of cheese. It's a great time. It's like if Wallace and Gromit was on significantly higher amounts of acid. And not British, Australian.
For everyone!
If Toady responds to emails in a timely manner, he used to respond to emails extremely quickly. I don't know about these days. I don't know how many emails he gets. Probably. Historically, he would respond within a couple of business days. If you go to YouTube, Alfie, and type in psychedelic porn crumpets, you can't miss them. It's a relatively unique name. Like, it's a pretty unique name. Just type in that music video. You'll find it's good. You emailed him about Polish prices? If the issue is like with prices of the game, I would reach out to KitFox. And that's probably what he'll say, is reach out to KitFox. Because KitFox is like the one who deals with the pricing and the business side of things. Tarn could probably poke them, but like reach out to... So I live in Canada, right? And things are a little bit more expensive than the US here. I think Dwarf Fortress is like $40 here, but like that's relatively reasonable for a video game. So when it comes to international pricing, KitFox is the person to talk to. I did check out your YouTube and sorted by the oldest video again. You look fresh-faced and young. Fresh-faced and sleep-deprived is what I look like. Most of those early VODs, I've had less than 10 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. The second most expensive on Steam, topped only by Switzerland. Doesn't Brazil sometimes win that? Every now and again, like, games get ridiculously expensive in Brazil. Skimming the YouTube chat. Actually, I'm curious, are there any mods that are available to moderate the YouTube chat currently? So I think that's where we would need extra mods at the moment. Because YouTube's been a bit busy as of late. Skimming. Okay, cool. Sefexin. I think that's how you probably don't say that. Appreciate the 6 months. Welcome back. Generating worlds with asymmetric XY widths. You know, I never do that. So I was like confused as to what the issue was to begin with. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you. Crazy week in these parts, let me tell you. I backed up all of my save files, and it keeps tripping me up when I don't have like a scroll wheel with like 80 worlds in here. I had 45 gigabytes of files. Unlike the heathens over on Twitch, they're just a little enthusiastic. Don't worry. Twitch chat's just a mosh pit. The thing is, like, I never have as much space to read on the YouTube side. So, like, I find moderating a little bit harder over there. Is like 80 Brazil coin. I don't know how much a Brazil coin is worth. That's the problem. Yeah, because some people who gift subs right now get free bits, which is kind of wild. Darius, thanks for the $2.50, by the way. Blink as well, thanks for the 14 months. Hey chat, that's almost a hype train. Brazil coin? Yes. We're talking about crypto. No, we're talking about that's Real or whatever the currency in Brazil is. I actually don't know how to pronounce it, because why is it playing the intense fight music? Die. Come on the Dwarves jukebox yet? No, but I was trying to get them to dance. Real? Real. Sure. Ice Blue, thanks for gifting another subscription. And Orange, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. So we had a siege go bad. Turns out Wolverine men are strong. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but turns out they're strong. You know what I think my favorite little detail is the fact that some buildings show damage now, like doors. I really like this. They're Wolverine? Yeah. Anyway, let's... First things first, I've got somebody to name. Thanks very much for the $1, Anonymous.
_TJ cheered. X100.
I got a Goat Girl Zell needs a beardless dwarf, so let's find somebody who isn't super angry, who isn't a child, that I can name Goat Girl Zell. I don't know, chat. Do you guys think that Goat Girl would be a herbalist or a miner? They do have adamantine skeletons. Is it actually adamantine in X-Men? Moderately happy bearded dwarf, so like yellow. Okay, cool. Can do. Herbalist? Okay, let's do herbalist. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like goat seems like a herbalist. Adamantium coated. Okay. Thanks for the clarification there. Can you tell that I watched the first trilogy of X-Men movies that were live action, and I haven't really thought about X-Men since. And I watched them primarily on a bus. Blank, thanks for the 5 pennies. Appreciate you. There is a hype train happening right now, so if you happen to have a Prime subscription or, I don't know, bits in your account or something, there is it requires $11 in bits or 3 subscriptions or 3 resubs or 3 Prime subs to level it up. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. You guys are very kind. Almost 1 year anniversary on Blind Ireland. It's a happy day. I mean, thanks for continuing to watch, Apax. Appreciate you. Over here, Goat Girl is absorbed in delusions of self-importance and is impervious to the effects of stress. Okay, so I don't want to insult our friend here, but I think that is a very goat-like behavior. Username checks out. The one to the left of yellow? Oh, so you want like the slightly green. Okay, got it. Cool. Can do. I mean, that is like the most... There is the most variety in that level. She is trusting and could be considered rude, like most goats, and can sometimes act without deliberation, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tends to make small mess with her own possessions. This all checks out. Holy Jesus Christ almighty. What the fuck was that? Sorry, apparently combos show up in my chat now. I just saw a bunch of horses. The fuck you guys doing over there? But thank you. I guess. Anyway, Twitch has been cooking something. That's for sure. You found a new button. I see. You know, honestly, I don't know, Emily. I don't know. Personally finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideals of a life well lived, and believes that it is better, that little is better in life than a good party, and values romance, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and does not really value the truth, and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. She likes native copper, as well as aluminum, and lavender, jade, and muskox hoof, rummy fabric, and dogs for their loyalty, and the sound of the Sienna music. Some impossible prefers to consume anchovy, rice beer, and hard wheat flour. And absolutely hates cave spiders. Her amethyst eyes are thin. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta read things. Vivid Nights, thanks for the 30 pennies. Thanks for whatever the fuck those combos are. And Blink, thank you very much for the 10 pack. And for leveling up that pipe train. Appreciate you. The duck is watching you? You're not even in the same room with them, though. What? What else do I need to read about Zell? Zell has a husband, and her mother lives here, and her dad did live here, but died recently to the Wolverines. And so did her grandfather.
Moose cheered.
This is oddly real. I think all of her okay, never mind. I misread one of these younger half-siblings things. Her cousin's here, still alive and in the military. Moose, thanks for the $3. Appreciate you.
Elf Poles cheered. X100.
So next we want a moderately happy. So like one up from the yellow. So moderately happy bearded dwarf. Do you have Jorb preference? I'm going to presume no. You just said beard. So let's go C-Jop, because C-Jop is the MVPs of this fort, probably. This one's going to go to Hand of Fate. Chad is cooking, but I can't tell what the dish is. Yeah, Chad's cooking something, that's for sure. 5 bits is 1 animal? Ah. Okay. Chad found a new toy, and it's like a little bit dangerous. He is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything and is quick to form negative views about things. He has a tendency to form deep and emotional bonds with others. You know what would be really cool is if we could make our own animations for those, because I would just have a bunch of fucking dwarfs and pickaxes coming in. Like, you cheer enough bits and just fucking the underworld breaks through. Dig too deeply. Xylium, thank you very much for the 22nd month and for the $1.50 and the dollar. Elf Poles and Providinia. Thank you. That would be cool. Anyway, he is the never slightest bit cheerful about anything, which is why he's only moderately happy. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't seek out excitement. He is conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous, and he is not interested in what others think of him. And he could be considered rude, and he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. You started playing Dwarf Fortress yesterday and you watch a lot of your videos. It's a pleasure seeing you live. What's your advice for a new dwarf? Take things one at a time. Learn one mechanic at a time. Don't try and do everything all at once. You will lose. Keep playing in the same world when you lose. He dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Seeks cooperation as important in life and values good craftsmanship and finds blind honesty foolish. He likes diorite and tin and claro opal and cheetah leather and muskox horn, pigtail paper, and elk for their grace. In the words of the dutiful courage and the sound of the scintillating rhyme, and when possible, prefers to consume clownfish, quinoa beer, and dwarven sugar and cashew apples. Cashew apples. And absolutely hates lizards. So, kind of a TLDR on the fort, right? First off, thank you very much for the silly hype train. You guys are very kind. This dwarf has a wife. Had a grandfather, Darius, who died in the military, and has some other family members. Some things that I've noticed since recent patches. Dwarves have much more consistent large families. Like, the game is doing a lot more with notable figures in the game's history, which is really cool. There was a good few patches there where just either this screen wasn't populating or dwarves were not appearing as notable figures, or they were lying a lot about having no families, which is possible. They do that sometimes. But it's nice to see a lot more notable figures. No, you can keep restarting, but play them all in the same world. Don't generate a new world every time. Generate like 50 worlds and find one that you like. So this happened. We got attacked by a non-dwarven faction. We got attacked by a human faction. We got attacked by a non-goblin faction, rather. We got attacked by a human faction that was largely humans, and from what I could tell, kidnapped elves, and a bunch of marmot men, which were adorable, and then an army of Wolverine men. But the army of Wolverine men were weird. They didn't do, you know, stuff that one would expect a Wolverine to do, you know, like attack us. They decided to make a camp in a tree, and they lived there for a bit. And I decided to attack them, and that was a mistake. And I lost a bunch of dwarves. We did defeat the siege. They are gone. But we've got a bunch of bodies to clean up. So let's read the currently living dwarves in the fort, and then we'll get to the chaos, shall we? Currently, that hype train, by the way, needs 7 subscriptions or 35 bucks in bits, and I thank you very much for the hype train, guys. I kind of thought that, like, after that first crazy day, things were just going to kind of quiet down, but you guys have kept the love rolling, so appreciate it. I do, by the way, want to get I have 2 ideas for videos on Siege stuff. I want to do a video just kind of re-tutorializing all the new Siege equipment. And I want to do, like, a strategies kind of overview video, but I need to come up with some first and see what the bad guys actually do first, so that one's going to take a little bit longer. Orange and Darius with the 7-pack and Orange with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. See, I don't charge hotel fees when you crash on my sofa, but I do charge subscriptions, apparently. Rin's Gravity, thank you very much for the 3rd month. I think that's what that said. Oh, no, it's 3 months in advance. Okay. Appreciate you. Thanks for pre-subscribing for 3 months. Okay, so we got one dwarf, Sleepy, yes. We got the real hero who doesn't like their job very much, but tolerates it. We've got Elf Poles, we've got Snail, we've got Soap Goat, we've got Oglokug, we've got Stormwolf, and Ozanthium. We had a vampire mare, but I dropped a brick on his head. True story. We have Alistoth. We got Femme Noir. We got Tapioca. We've got Sentient Potato, who I feel really bad because I didn't name Sentient Potato when they asked until like 4 hours had gone past, and so they probably missed that, and I feel bad, but it is what it is. We've got Argamemnon. We've got a lot of dwarfs. Hand of Fate, apparently. A Devilish Potato who operates siege equipment. We got Abe Zelensky. We've got Lateran. We've got Elray. We've got Lilyby. Bimbort. Or Gorlak. That's such a good username for a Gorlak, too. We got Chili Blamed. And, you know what? We got so many dwarves available. YouTube chat. The first person to put, I don't know, 3 pickaxe emojis into the YouTube chat can name a dwarf. We got Wander001. And I think that's everybody. I think it's Wonder. Yeah, Wonder01. You've got a Hydra breeding pair and a dragon and a rock captured. Your biggest fort so far. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, year 25 is pretty great. Subscribing crashed Twitch. Oh no! That's really funny. Was there a 4th wall gift? Hold up, I didn't even see that. What's going through a 4th wall? Blink is chucking out 2. Today I learned 4th wall censors words because classic got a censored ass. That's very funny. Dominok and Provindinia. You both Provindinia. Providinia. Providinia? Is that how you say that? So, Apathetic Rabbit, thanks for 10 bucks.
Apathetic Rabbit cheered. X1000.
So currently we lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dwarves. That's what we're going to do. 10 of these. Rock coffins. I totally missed that giveaway too. I didn't even see it. It just went by. You encountered an adventure about a necromancer that refuses to take leather stuff. She must be from an elven civ. Huh. If you click on her, it should say what her civ is in her description. That, or you could ask her where she's from. You could ask about her or her history, and you could also ask about her family. We're gonna make this out of basalt. If you guys would like a little fort tour, we can do that too. If I go all the way up to the surface, this is what the surface kind of looks like. Although currently I've got a whole bunch of dwarves sitting at ready to fire, which I need to disable. I've run into some issues with the bolt throwers where I don't actually have enough ammunition left for my dwarves, because I do have a whole bunch of bolt throwers set up, and so it sort of starts to look like after a while that there is plenty, but basically I need to make sure that there's this number here consistently. Otherwise, I have had issues with my squads running out of ammo, but it's literally just because the bolt throwers have claimed it all. It needs 2 more subscriptions or $6.90 to one more subscription or $1.90 to level up that train one more time and keep it going. Otherwise, thank you very much for the crazy train. B-Lug, thanks for the 57th month. Appreciate you. It's good to see you, man. But anyway, so that top level is just kind of like the outer outside-ish area.
200.
A little bit further down, this is my bedroom area. This is where most of the baddies are tempted to come in and attack me. We've got several different guild halls based around the siege weapons and equipment and stuff. The fortress center is kind of starting to take shape. We're getting there slowly. This is a work in progress. Don't worry about it too much. This is also a work in progress. Don't worry about it too much. And this is going to be the front door. So they're going to kind of go to here, and then they're going to go over to here, and then they're going to go down a layer and over there, and then over to here, and then up and out. That is kind of the plan. Because right now it's a bit too direct, and it got a little dangerous once. Down here we've got our lava storage, which I need to extend this. And that's something else we're going to be doing today, is making a bigger lava storage, and maybe trying to get like an actual lava moat thingy going. Down here is basically just stairs, and they go down to the first cavern layer. The game is claiming that there is a aquifer. I don't believe that, because I haven't found it yet, which I'm not too thrilled with, but it is what it is. We do have some other like scouting tunnels where I haven't found an aquifer, and like I said, it's kind of bugging me a little bit. But it is what it is. Sometimes you just don't win. Ice Blue, thanks for chucking a gift at Bastet. Rucked, thanks for the Prime sub. Like I said earlier, Apathetic Rabbit, thanks for $2. And the $10. You guys are entirely too nice to me, and I haven't even done anything yet today. I barely even unpaused the goddamn video game. Warren Lane, thanks for the 3 pickaxes. What kind of dwarf would you like? Fort's looking classy. Thank you. It doesn't have enough bedrooms. Don't tell the nobles. Oh, speaking of nobles, we have 2 barons. We had one, and then we acquired another one. So, oh, armor stands. That's fine. We can do that. So I'm just gonna queue up 3 armor stands per season to satisfy the last noble. Like on the edge? I wonder. I mean, I can keep digging, but, you know, trying to get these dwarves fed. We got a lot of hungry dwarves. Most of the dwarves just kind of had a party season, hanging out in the tavern for quite some time. There are a few non-dwarves in the fort, mostly monster hunters. Nothing crazy, though. I'm mostly trying to play around with the new stuff right now. It depends on how far we get in this fort. I think I'm going to try and play around with 2 things in this fort primarily. I want to mess around with lava, as in like making some lava geysers. Especially now that I know the aquifer is like kind of nowhere to be found. And I want to play around with the new machines. Yeah, it's mostly that. Those are the 2 biggest priorities for this, is lava and the new machines. Unhappy military dwarf. I was gonna say, so any of them? Well, actually, here, let's just search by pissed. Could give you Kogan. How about Rakus the surgeon? Military dwarf, but also a surgeon? Warren. Let's just wait for Warren to get some drink. So he doesn't die of dehydration. Because that would be awkward, wouldn't it? Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Oof. Rough times, man. He's never in the slightest... Hold on. You wanted somebody who's pissed off, eh? Well, I think I nailed it. He's never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Mm-hmm. Yes. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. He does not find most jokes humorous, and he enjoys the company of others. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He takes offered help. He rarely feels discouraged, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is often nervous and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally views craft worship with disgust. I would desecrate any so-called masterwork or two if he could get away with it. I'll cover the hype train in a second, chat. Thank you very much, by the way. He finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He dreams of raising a family and likes brimstone, bronze, topaz, giant lion, leather, rami fabric, the color, dark blue, greaves, rings, ballista arrows, and the sound of the poetic lutes. When possible, he prefers to consume anchovy and great, one-humped camel cheese. He also likes fisher berries and rambutan wine and sorghum flour and absolutely hates toads. Currently he's kind of hungry. He's got a long beard, which is neatly combed. Time to tantrum. Good luck. He's also married. He's a beautiful husband named Uvesh, who's a cook. And he's got a younger sister who's a miner. He's also got many a nephew in the military. And a niece who's a siege operator. And a cousin who either is exactly the same color as her clothing or is dead. And a cousin who's a fishery worker who's also in the military. You worship a god with a really long name, and you're a member of no religions. You're a former member of the Rough Razors, which is another dwarven fortress in this faction. Phone's buzzing anyway. Nothing important. So there's a game called Crypt Master, and it's like a typing of the dead dungeon crawler, but there's like a really well written and voice acted like commentator who talks about everything that you're doing and makes fun of you the whole time. It's a very fun game. There is a mechanic in that game for like setting a save point and leveling up skills permanently where you desecrate statues. And the way you desecrate statues is by walking up to them and typing a rude word in. And so you just like walk up and just type in like piss, vomit, break, topple, poop, whatever. Whenever I read you would desecrate a masterwork, whenever he gets the example, I just get a bunch of flashbacks from that game. Good times. Hello, Volt. How you doing? Chat room, thank you very much for that very generous hype train, by the way, with a total of 35 gift subs and 2,710 bits, which is $27.10. That's very kind of you. I think we've probably cleared the daily minimum between the gifts and that. You guys are extremely kind. Also, the gifted merch in the middle of that, which I completely missed. I hope whoever won that redeemed it. So you got to basically fight off sieges now. You cannot hide for the season. They go away. You can still pay them off. They seem to still ask for parlays. I want to know if that mechanic's changed. I might accept the next parlay and just see what happens. Because I'm curious. Apparently it was like one of 3 developers or something who worked on the game who did the voicing for that game. Apparently they're also still writing lines for it and adding more voice acting. Like, they put out a patch for that game, Hand of Fate, that was just like, added 2 hours of audio. Wolf is Cray, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. But no, the way I really, and Some Fortress, thanks for the Prime. The brand new subscription. Means a lot, mate. The way I've been thinking about this update, YouTube chat, isn't that, like, it makes sieges harder? I mean, it can, if you crank up the difficulty settings. I think it just makes them way more varied, because that really seems to be the result so far. The only thing that I think is a little bit disappointing is the battering rams to me, but that's just because they move exactly the same way as wagons, and I got confirmation about that. Tarn confirmed that they are literally just wagons. They operate as wagons, and if they can't make it to your fortress, they will wait there for 30 days and then leave. I personally think if they can't make it to your fortress, they should either make a pathway to your fortress or not come in the first place. In fact, I'm more on the side of they should just not show up in the first place. Oh yeah, also Hazel died. The lovely little doggy. Should have subbed here a long time ago. I mean, hey, mate, it's all fine. It's all good. Glad you're here now. Thanks for thinking about me. That's all that really matters, you know? Appreciate you. I also need to see if there's wind. Because if there's wind here, that'll actually make my life a lot easier. So I'm going to build a windmill. But we're currently in an ad break, so I'm just going to let that run. Once it's done, I will unpause. Oh yeah, also we have a giant rhinoceros named Attila the Dun. Well, no, so they don't break down doors. They break down drawbridges. So apparently they bring battering rams if they don't have creatures that can break down drawbridges. So if they don't have trolls or like something that's big enough to break down a drawbridge, they'll bring battering rams. But battering rams only break down drawbridges and nothing else. So they try to pass to your drawbridge. And I'm not certain of this. I don't think they can get up this. Because there was one that appeared on this map that should have been able to path here, and it didn't. And so I'm thinking they were trying to break down this drawbridge. So I want to make another one that's like more accessible to them to see if they break it down. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. It's like, I don't mind that mechanic as it, like, just as a concept, but I think they just shouldn't bring them if they don't have the ability to get to you. Which, that's my only issue with it. Trolls have been melting your drawbridges like butter. Yeah, no, I've seen GIFs of it late. Yeah, absolutely. And posts on Reddit and stuff and screenshots. I still think my favorite one was that one that showed up on Reddit of the Freed from Agile. Welcome back, mate. My favorite one was the one that went from the tallest possible, well, not the tallest possible, the top of a 20-layer deep river, and they built a ladder 20 layers down so they could dig through a ceiling so that they could topple a statue. Honestly, that was probably my favorite thing. The 20 deep ladder was you. Was that you, Duck Sauce? Hell yeah. I saw that, like, somebody sent that to me. I was like, that is incredible. Is there a good way to practice siege weapons without friendly fire? Not that I found. I mean, I was building a spot to practice siege engines over here, and I sniped the dwarf in the head. Like, one of my dwarves died almost immediately. I was like, well, I'm gonna turn that off and think about that later. I mean, I've got these guild halls. I think probably guild halls are probably your best way. Like, make a siege operators guild and make it very valuable. Toy bolts. They need a toy. They need a toy catapult. Actually, holy shit. Like, straight up, they need that. What the? Okay, so this works. That works. I'm just going to dig through this and plop a few items into here. That's what we're going to do. Got a nerf to the eyeball once. Thankfully, it was a nerf. Ugh. Ugh. Ooh. I got a nerf in my mouth once. I was saying, hey, and punk hit me in the back of the throat, and I immediately coughed it out. I like all of these people found dead, followed by, Dumad has given birth to a girl. Who are you? Who's your baby? Also, I think a lot of the jobs are currently, they must have already started walking off, because that's definitely not the one that had the baby. The question is, where'd your mom go? There you are. Meditate on war. Congrats. We need to be able to load catapults with other things, i.e. discs and spiky balls. You know, that's... Okay, so... Two things. One, I'm not positive if that would be a vanilla feature. But I'll say this. I would want that if it was like a different kind of catapult. You know, like if we could have like the generic catapult that just loads boulders, and then maybe they could make a different catapult, like a large catapult or something, or I don't want to say trebuchet, but like, you know, different kind of catapults that just has a drop-down menu. Maybe it takes like 3 mechanisms as well or something that just has a drop-down menu that gives you different options. That, or I'd be willing to bet it probably wouldn't be that hard to mod, you know? Miscellaneous subjectapult. How that? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm just going to put a floodgate in. I will say, I feel like today is also kind of one of those days where I'm operating on low brain capacity. Like, I feel dumb today for some reason. I'm going to dig over to here. And that siege... The sieges have been showing up on this side. Like around here. So I'm going to do this. Sandwich! I'm not going to make you a sandwich, but if you ask me very nicely, I'll consider. I will make this look nicer too. So you're going to go up to here. And by that, I mean actually you're going to go over to here. And you're going to go over to here. And you're going to get rid of that. And we're going to remake that. Down and in here. It's too early for sandwich o'clock. Are you getting a sandwich, though, Devilish? An anvil hurler? You know, I tried to defend a fort by dropping anvils on people. It didn't. It didn't. That's all I'll say. It didn't. It didn't very well. It didn't work the way I wanted it to. You wish? Oh, sad. Sad for lack of sandwich. Pard? Who's Pard? Pardoner? The tune got loonied, yes. How's the new Siege update so far? I've been having a great time with it so far. So far, anyway. I think chat's been having a good... I haven't heard any bad things about the Siege update. I mean, the thing that I mentioned earlier in the stream was the only negative-ish things I've heard are people saying, well, that's a feature I will never use, so I guess I'll just turn that off. Or people are like, well, I'll never use that, so I'm glad that I can turn it off. That's, like, I think the least positive thing I've seen. But so far, everybody seems to be pretty excited about it and having a good time, which is, you know, ideal. That's what you want to see. For anybody who's confused, I lost 10 dwarves at the end of yesterday, so something I'm going to need to do is I'm going to not redo, but upgrade all of my squads. I'm going to try and get them better armor today. So let's actually look at bars right now. Got 72 iron. I'm going to make 50 charcoal, and I'm going to make pig iron, and I'm going to make 25 of it, and then we're gonna make some steel. We're gonna see if we can get some steel armor on these dwarves. Okay, so what are you running into? I had an issue where they weren't reloading them, and it turns out I just didn't have enough bolts. I think really what the game needs, if I could like wish cast 2 things into existence, okay? Under the labor tab, I want a siege engines tab, okay? Or siege engines and ammunition tab, okay? And then very similar to the kitchen tab, I want every single type of ammunition and where it's allowed to be used. And then I want every single siege engine and an on-off toggle for everything and being able to toggle them individually. If I could wish cast that into existence, like if Putnam could like appear that here, that's what I want. Because I think right now, the biggest issue I've run into with bolt throwers is them not reloading them. But 100% of the times that that's happened to me is because I've ran out of ammunition and not been aware of it. Because it's difficult to tell exactly how much ammunition is required for them, and they go through bolts 100 at a time. So if you have like 4 of them and 1,000 bolts sitting around in your storage, it's very easy to just use those like immediately, right? That's like the only thing that I've really run into. I will also say that it's made it even clearer that this menu here is too well hidden. The hunters ammunition screen. Because even if you don't have hunters, sometimes ammo will be assigned to hunters. For reference, I'll do that a little bit slower. If you go to standing orders and go to other, there's a button at the bottom here for hunter ammo. Those bolt throwers shoot faster than the dual wielding crossbow dwarves of yore. Yeah, I mean, the tradition with Dwarf Fortress is add a strong thing so that you can add a stronger thing, right? Although, I will say, bolt throwers are the solution for the current Untamed Wilds biomes, right? Like, go to Untamed Wilds and set up like 3 of those. I'll bet you they'd be really fucking effective at keeping things running, you know? I bet you that's very, very effective. You have an evil plan to try and get bolt throwers to shoot bolts coated with deadly dust? That is an evil plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. I also want one for Hazel. So I would like to get Hazel. Oops. Put 2 there, I'm dumb. That poor pupper buried. Because Hazel tried her best. Can I not assign dogs directly? Well, that's disappointing. I'm going to put a bolt thrower in the tavern behind a fortification in case werebeasts infiltrate. That's another thing, is if it's in the tavern zone, the dwarf that's standing there will get served alcohol if there's a tavern keeper, which is extremely good for your like own ability to, how do I word this? Which is extremely good for your own ability to keep your, like, military dwarves happy. So, like, you know, just have somebody stationed and ready. Or, like, have, like, guard posts set there. It's also, it's a little bit, there isn't, okay, there might be. I don't know of a way right now to schedule siege operators. If there is a way to do it, I don't know how to do it. So if somebody knows how to, like, because just standing at the ready in a siege operation station is a really good way to drive a dwarf insane. Well, naturally, you wouldn't want to let a sober dwarf shoot enemies. You wouldn't be able to see straight. Dominar, come on. Come on. where creatures cannot break the trap door up 1Z level? I haven't tested that. Does anybody know if they can, if creatures can topple trap doors from below it? Depending on the invasion Tandor, I'll bet you they could just dig around it. If your fortress do not have a small pool on the surface, it just needs to be above a water source. So you need to find a water source underground. So either an aquifer or a underground lake. I'm gonna need to do that with an underground lake, actually. I was gonna queue something up. What was I gonna do? Right, mechanisms. That's what I was doing. You know that feeling when it's Monday and you're like, I have to relearn how to do my job? I cannot remember the last time I took a Wednesday, Thursday off, with the exception of like when I actually go on vacation. So I was kind of like on weekend mode for 2 days. And now I'm like back on a day that I'm normally like just editing off stream and I'm like having to remember how to stream again. My understanding is that they can't unless there's another path to it. I mean, because generally the way deconstruction and things works is you need to be they need to be standing next to it, right? So the enemies can dig, yes. Well, okay. They won't always dig, but they can. I will also say this. If you want to get completely obliterated by the enemy, all of the new behaviors they have like speed differentiators. So something I want to mess with, probably not in this fort, but in the future, is I want to try turning these numbers up. And I want to work with chat to try and turn these numbers up and build like a... Basically what I want to do is I want to build a functional fort and then make a hard save and then use DF hack to start a siege. Because I think there's a siegers now command. And then slowly turn these numbers up until we can find like a really challenging but also playable difficulty. Because like these numbers can go so high, they'll just like insta-give you basically, right? I want to see, like, the default right now, invader construction aversion. So smaller number equals more constructions, right? It's currently set to 5. I want to see that at 1. Invader construction speed, smaller equals slower. It's currently at 100 by default. It goes up to 1,000. Like, I want to see the Goblin Skybridge. You know? That's kind of my plan for endgame of this fort. Or like maybe the next fort is just to see how far we can push those numbers. They build so fast by default, TBH? No, totally. Absolutely. Like I've seen videos of them doing like some nutty things while I've been gone. Always build like Fortnite players. Yeah, that's a funny mental image. Yeah, it's like building when it was the main thing that everybody played, right? How much of the fort can be enemy made? Only using materials brought by the goblins. Fort. You know, actually, that could be a thing. Like, no bricks. Like, all boulders must be used to build, like, decorations on the floors, and that's it. We've discussed this before. You can name a fort Fortnite. I think that's my next fort, chat. Congrats, we've got it. Just get those other 4 tombs made. Was the scene from Family Guy where the Amish were constantly rebuilding the barn every time it was destroyed? I don't think I've seen that episode, but I can imagine it. Actually, wait, no, I've seen memes of that episode. I've seen very little actual Family Guy. What are they digging? Currently, I am preparing a lava geyser. I also have the frame rate like 25 higher than I normally do on stream, Cyberdad. Unless you're talking about the Amish, in which case, got it. How does a lava geyser work? I can show you. It essentially tricks the game into thinking the lava is lower down than it actually is and pushes it up really quickly. Basically, I'm building a system that will make lava go psh. Although, this is mostly for aesthetics and extra boulders that I'm mining out. It's like cultural osmosis, yes. I mean, I don't think that people can really judge me for not watching much Family Guy because, one, I didn't have access to cable television at all as a kid, and two, I don't think Family Guy was that good. I don't think that's like an unpopular opinion. I don't think Family Guy is that good. Simpsons is a better show. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Like, it's fine. Like, it's fine. Like, Family Guy certainly has its moments, but, like, you know, it's no work of, like, cultural importance. The Star Wars parody's pretty good, though. Futurama's a great... Futurama's a great show. That is an excellent show. You know, I think I'm young enough to be very aware of what the fuck a YouTube poop is. But I'm too old to have actually enjoyed YouTube poops. Also, if you are a human being who is capable of saying the words YouTube poop with a straight face, you are by law no longer permitted to make fun of anybody, and I mean anybody, who gets any enjoyment whatsoever out of Skibbity Toilet. Red Dog, thank you very much for the $10.
Red Dog 000 cheered. X 1000. Hi blind, hope you ATR well.
I ATR just fine. I don't know what that means, but thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thanks for $10. Red Dog. Disenchanted? I watched the first season of that and thought it was okay, but fell off of it really quick. I made it into like episode 2 of season 2. I was just kind of like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I think actually, I'd rather just rewatch Futurama. Actually, I think I saw Futurama at the right age. I think I don't know about Disenchanted. Also can't see shit because glasses. There we go. Just want to make sure I haven't... Okay, also, I just wanted to double check this because I was pretty sure I missed one. Tiny Hippo, you wanted a siege operator. Did you want one with a beard or without a beard? Please pester me when you redeem those and I miss it. When you were a kid, you had a Gmod idiot box. You understand Kibbity Toilet, shitposter, recognize shitposting? No, totally. It's just shitpost. That's all it is. I respect the recommendation, no person. I respect it. I've got YouTube chat recommending YouTube poops to me now. You want a Dwarf with a beard? Okay, can do. Meanwhile, Godin the fish cleaner has been taken by a Fey mood. Smooth siege operator. Let's do this guy who's currently watching a siege operation demonstration. And he's even licensed. A tiny hippo would flee Well, this is why you're a siege operator. He would flee from the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation, and he works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he has an overinflated sense of self-worth and a very calm demeanor. He is unfriendly and also disagreeable, and is bothered by this as he values friendship. He tries to keep his things orderly and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is often cheerful, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to not reveal personal information. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is assertive and likes a little excitement now and then, and is conflicted by this as he values because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering skill, and personally is disgusted by cooperation, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and is utterly disgusted by guile and cunning, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. What an odd dwarf. You have to stop yourself from criticizing the young ones for their humor. Ours wasn't any better. I try to tell people that are roughly my age that watch the same stuff I did when I was young to, pause before you make fun of your kid for liking Skibbity Toilet. Go watch Red versus Blue again. And let me know how that works out for you. Tiny Hippo likes Gabbro, Rose Gold, Pink Jade, the color Coral, Warhammers, and Leggings. Windows and sheeps for their tendency to flock. And Slugmen for their slime trails and the sound of the vermilion petals, and when possible prefers to consume Giant Copperhead Snake and Sewer Brew. Sure, or MLG remixes. Absolutely. I knew you could pick up tracks in a tank, yes. Let the gatekeeping millennial who never shouted Leroy Jenkins in public cast the first stone. Red versus Blue had its moments. It also had some pretty trash moments. He has a wife named Fikud, and their eldest son is also a siege operator. It clearly runs in the family. His older half-sister is a siege operator. His oldest son is a siege operator. His wife is a siege operator. Good for them. The cool S Necron tier. So this is the way I make a lava geyser. I dig a very deep staircase, fill it up with lava, and the way lava works is, this is the level that it's being filled from, up here. So on layer 40. So if I push lava from layer 40 down all the way to whatever layer that I put this down to, layer 10, okay, so that's 30 levels, right? The lava is then going to run flat along here, up to here, approximately. And then, okay, I'm actually slightly off, up to there. But I'm going to cut it off in the middle somewhere so that we don't get threatened by the enemy. Then this is going to fill all the way up to here with lava. And then the lava will try to get back to layer 40. So that's the layer it'll try to fill to. So what I'm going to do is it's going to fill all the way up to here, fill up this nice little reservoir for me, and then all the way up to here to layer 25. So that's 15 layers more that it's going to try and fill on top of the layers that it is right here. All right, layer 26. It's going to try to get up to layer 40. So if I put a drawbridge in here, once I build walls around this, this little opening is going to basically act like a funnel that's going to fire lava straight up. And usually what I do when I'm building these, I make like 4 or 5 different exit points. So kind of no matter where the enemy is, I can just pull a lever and go poof, and they just get hit with a blast of lava. But they dig now. Are they going to be worried about the fact that there's lava in the tube, or are they going to dig into it? I want to know. So that's one of the things I'm doing. Yeah. Also, there was a hot minute there, which I don't think any of you guys noticed, but I did get a DM from KitFox genuinely worried by the end of day 2 of the Siege update, going, yo, has, like, anybody seen digging dwarves? Because Tarn's suddenly worried that they're not working. I guess they're working, eh? Because Zach hadn't found one yet in his testing. Or not digging dwarves, digging goblins. Like goblins who brought trolls with great picks who could dig. Break that very important drawbridge. I mean, I'll try and pre-fill it, but yeah, I want to see that too. Call it like a decoy. Oh man, I should make it. I should make it so that chat. I should make it so that the battering rams can get to it. Yes, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Break this! I wonder how that, Big Iron's coming along slowly, but they're working on it. Also, we are in a ad break, so I will pause the game for the moment. But while the game is paused, I'm going to go down to the office, which is over here, to that brand new lever I just built right here. And then we're going to go back up to here, and I'm going to connect it to you. Then I'm going to jump back down to you, and I'm going to throw in 2 more. Oh no! Problems with new emergent gameplay. Oh no, is it working? I haven't ran into it yet. A championship lineage of sieging. Yes, absolutely. You know, honestly, hold on. What is the name of my sieging guild? The Armored Escort? I wonder if I can call it the Championship of Sieging. The champion... I like that. That's pretty good. Actually, hold on. Could I do... There's no defense? Aw, man. I was thinking maybe, like, name it the Champion of Siege Defense, but... The other end, the warm door. You know, those for those who are chilly. Need to be boiled. With fire. Etc. This poor dwarf making all the charcoal. Hold on. I'm also realizing I have no logs in here. So let's actually just real quick make a wood stockpile for right there. Okay, so you're digging over here. Now, I do kind of have an issue with this. You know what I'm going to do? Make a quick temporary stockpile. And a quick minecart route. Gonna go over here. And connect you to this. I'm gonna regret. This is one of those tunnels that I'm digging where I'm like, I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? I don't know if you ever encounter that in this game, chat, but this is definitely like a tunnel that I'm building right now where it's like, this is gonna cause me some problems later, isn't it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a minecart route down here. Real quick. I'm also going to maybe hotkey the top of it so I remember where this is. Make that F5. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop down all the trees up here. Also, the elves are threatening us, by the way. And it looks like they did build these stairs. These Kilonite construction. I'm going to, I think, channel down up here. Yeah. Can we make catapult or other siege equipment statues? I don't know if they have sprites. If those exist, I've never seen those. If only Llama was in the chat. He's one of the artists on the game. Could tell me, but I don't think there's any statue-related sprites for siege equipment, but they should add those. I could try. Let's do rock statue. Specify image. Specify new image. Object, catapult part. Yeah, I can do catapult parts. Do ballista parts or ballista arrows. Or bolts or bolt thrower part. I can't do the constructed item. Like, let's say ballista arrow. Does it show? I doubt it'll show the arrow. But I can test it. Others can now build things? Oh, yeah. No, goblins can now build things. So can humans. When they siege you, they can build all sorts of things. It's like the thing that the new patch does. You want the goblins to build a craft workshop and use up all the mussel shells. That's a vibe. Metroid, thank you very much for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Time to make a meme template for that. Deck enter in YouTube chat. Who said, what is my purpose, father? I too operate siege equipment. Oh shit, we found rock salt. That's fun. All the good colors are underground. We also found some more native copper down here. Well, that's fun. Otters can now build things. Sure, yeah, that's probably what I said. I want to get attacked by an army of beaver people. Okay, how's this going? You must have cut gems. You have silk cloth. Tanned hides. Sure, we should have tanned hides. Metal bars, okay. Cut gems. I guess we don't have tanned hides. Bones. Cut gems. Silk cloth. It must be tanned hides. Holy shit. Okay. Oh. Straight up. Like we're out of leather. Well, let's go to the kitchen. Which is over here. Let's go to the butcher shop. Have anything in a cage? I do. I got a bunch of puppies in a cage. Let's kill the llama. And that ram. And that cow. Some sheep. And some dogs. The beaver people are constantly at war with the elves. That or they pay the elves really high rent. You know? It'd be like one of the two. They're either paying them extremely high rent, or they're just like, yeah, constantly trying to kill each other. Let's pull that when that's done. No, I'm well aware of what the hell a Geneva Convention is. Thanks. I did take history. I wasn't great at it, but I did, in fact, take history. Unless you're telling somebody else that, but... Like, don't get me wrong. I love my country, but we ain't perfect. Jeez. Oh, you meant for Orange. Right. Also, I feel like me and Orange were literally talking about that either yesterday or the day before. Or that, or I'm like making that up in my mind. I don't know. Is there a brand of chocolate called Geneva? Oh. The elf diplomat, Fyra Fitfun Cavre, or whatever that is, has come from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Uh-oh. We elves are partial to the trees, to the trees and the forests surrounding your lands. I'm already at human with the humans and the goblins, so I think for the moment I'm gonna try and stay even with these two because I don't need more. But you know, we'll go to war with them eventually. Although we loathe to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree falls at 10 until we next meet. I think I cut down 10 in literally the last 12 seconds, so we'll see. I will try to return next year as I am able. 10 trees. There's much to share. They've updated my news. Let's see. Who's fighting who? About the same. So yeah, we are currently at war with humans. I had a reason to go to war with them, and I can't remember what it was. We're also at war with the goblins. They're stinky? Sure, yes. A bunch of puppies in a cage. I wanted to sell them. It's a legitimate business. Am I not allowed to sell pets? Tarantos, what am I naming? I'm naming a bearded siege operator. Gotcha. There is dozens of them. Allegedly, they burned my Baron concert. Right, yes. No, I need to run through the VOD again just to check why I did that, but I know I did that. Oh, I also need to make scepters. Okay. Did I not have a queued up job for scepters? I do. Do I not have a craft store? I may actually not have a craft store shop. I'm just going to chuck one of those up here. Don't give these dwarves some reason to go outside. There's a bearded siege op. Tyrantos is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort, is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He is very humble, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is not easily discouraged. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he often feels discouraged. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork in his creation. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is often nervous. He tends to be passive in discussions and tends to think before acting. and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and occasionally can overindulge. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life and is put off by family. He likes horn silver, nickel, pink jade, and goblin cap, and mail shirts and scepters and crutches and turkeys and for their gobble, and porcupines for their quills. And the sight of the beige silkiness euphoria, when possible, prefers to consume giraffe. And cassava beer, and absolutely hates roaches. Large ones, specifically. Small ones are fine. His dad lives here, who's a miner, and his mother doesn't live here. He's 20 years old. Oh, he's a kid. He's a young dwarf. Only been an adult for a year. He's already a competent siege operator. Look at that shit. Now we're talking. Hand of Fate's his nephew. Got lots of nephews, actually. An hour late, what happened? I've been building stuff. Mostly working on a lava geyser. Which right now I can't turn on anyway, because it currently actually goes directly through a bunch of my bedrooms, which, you know, is part of the fun. Also, the real hero, sir, you're getting evicted from your bedroom. And I need to dig a hole through here. Good stuff. There we go. Sweet. Where are they racing this weekend? I also need to watch that. I didn't realize it was a sprint weekend either. Although if it's like 11 o'clock, it's got to be... Is it Vegas this weekend? I'm sitting here going like, wait, are they doing a sprint in Vegas? Sao Paulo? Oh, right. Okay, no, that makes sense. Gotcha. I'll definitely watch that later today. Some migrants have arrived. We've got Almost, who's almost here, and another dwarf named Light Test. Oh, hey, we're getting some doors of Oat family. Look at that. Funky. Poor spatial awareness. Thrill Seeker. What's her name? Trans. Oh, there you are. Up at the top here. Wood burner. How's the burning? Pig iron. I think it was marble. Okay, yeah, we got tons of those. Who am I rooting for? I'm kind of there for the drama. Actually, Carlos Sainz. World Drivers Championship. I'm just enjoying the show, I guess. When it comes to like who wins, I'm just there for the show and the storylines. I'm not a Lando hater. I know some people really hate Lando because they think he's annoying. I also agree. I think he's a bit annoying. But I'd be okay with either of the McLaren drivers winning. It would also be a really cool storyline if Max wins. Just cause. Like, that would be, like, kind of wild. So, even though I historically don't like Max very much, I would be totally fine with Max winning. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, probably Sainz. Like, if you're asking, like, what drivers do you like? I don't know. I like Sainz. I think that Ollie is a cool driver. I get really excited whenever Ollie is on screen and they show his dad, and his dad is, like, doing backflips in the Haas. Like, Gary's like, ah! Like, that's, like, my favorite shit. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, because Ollie looks like he's 12. I know he's like 6 feet tall, but he looks like a child. Especially like the first race that, like Oliver. Also, his last name is fucking Bearman, which is just a great name. But yeah, I don't know. As far as like who actually wins, I'm kind of indifferent. Hadjar is most likely to be Max's partner for 2026. Oh, so he's the most likely to get kicked out of Red Bull next. Got it. I'll be honest, I've never really cared for Tsunoda. I think he's an entertaining individual, but he's never really done much for me, so. Is this a savanna or a desert embark? It's a rocky wasteland. And, I want to say this is just temperate forest, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a rocky wasteland and then a temperate forest. And, the mountain biome is the Hill of Muting. The Hill of Streamer Muted. He should sacrifice himself for Max. He should start Crash Kate 2. Do volcanoes ever erupt? There used to be a bug that could cause them to erupt, so you'll see some people saying that they do, but they don't. They do not, in fact, erupt, which is kind of disappointing, sort of, in a way. But I'm trying to figure out how I should do this. Because I could actually put the release down here. Like down here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the release valve. Ooh, no. That would ruin my plan. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. Oh, I got an idea. I have an idea. Sometimes I make myself feel really smart. I've got a plan. Okay, how's your clothes shop going? Okay, so you've got 2 sheep leather, copper bars. So you've made it up to the metal bars section. What else? What do you need after metal bars? Tanned hides times 2. Metal bars, you've got that. What's next? Cut gems. Do I not have cut gems? I think I was encrusting gems, actually. So let's also polish a stone. Let's polish 2 stones. Let's see what we have for gems at the moment. Let's just cut all the milk opals. Leave the rest of them. What am I building right now? Okay, so I'm building a false door / lava geyser. If you've watched me play for a while, Metroid, you maybe have seen me make a lava geyser before. It's basically just a mechanism that shoots lava straight up. But I'm also trying to do it in a way that will trick the goblins into activating it themselves on my behalf. Because that would be funny, and I want to see that. So I'm building two spots to activate it. One is going to be above it, and then the other one is going to be the front of it. The one that's the front of it is going to go... Well, here, let's just put these floors in, and it'll make a bit more sense. Is that the new dance move that they just added to Fortnite? Radbug. Also, I'm quite proud of New York, I have to say. You started as 35 is a lot more than 7. Keep going. Wait, what? Oh, did someone go from 7 dwarves to 35 dwarves? I mean, that's great. It's great progress. Automated defenses? Well, self-inflicted defeats is the way I would describe this. And Nasim as well, it's good to see you, by the way. Vivid Nights Alone. If you ever get into modding, catastrophic weather would be your first priority. The Super Mario Brothers mod from a million years ago for Dwarf Fort had earthquakes that were player activatable, which crashed the game about 90% of the time from my experimentation. I never managed to make them work. But it did have activatable earthquakes. But then again, I was also playing, like, it was a mod for, like, version 30, was it for version 40? It might have been 40.04, like the early version 40 stuff, and I was trying to do it in 47.05. So it also required, like, specific DF hacks. It's my stream, I can be proud of who I want to build a butcher. That's all I'm leaving it at. I'm proud of them. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another round of walls on top of this. On paper here, actually, they're going to have two ways of activating it, but... And then over here... Yeah, let's pause this. Do that. Can you see the personality of your dwarf? Sure. Would you like a screenshot of it? Because there's your opportunity. Cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining minor modesties. The biggest change so far has been you got caught in the rain in 102, which made you to be very slow to anger. Or rather, no. She becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after getting caught in the rain. The fish cleaner, Godin, clearly found what he needed, and has created a cave spider silk shoe. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ficod Figureholds. I mean, if you'd like to see the other screen, there's your values, by the way. Actually, this is interesting. She thinks that the skills and pursuit of the skills of... She thinks that the pursuit of the skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed, after seeing a dwarf die. Honestly, fair. That, like, completely checks out to me. This is a very expensive shoe. It is a cave spider silk shoe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and decorated with cave spider silk and alpaca leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca bone and quartzite and menaces with spikes of sheep's leather and indigo tourmaline. Well, if you're not going to arm them, then you better leg them, YouTube chat. Anytime you get a siege in your fort, your frame drops to 10 and won't recover until I send a squad out to deal with the battering rams that refuse to move from the edge of the map. Anyone know what can be done about this? I'm not thrilled with how battering rams work, Moose, just in general. There's going to be an ad break in 45 seconds, so I'll let the game run until then. I'm not thrilled with how they work in general. They are basically just like wagons, essentially. And if I were to point at something that I'm like, I think this could be better, not that like it's bad right now per se, but they need a priority change on it. Like they can work the way that they currently work, but I don't think they should appear on your map unless they can make it to your drawbridge, because they try to pass to your drawbridge the same way that like wagons do with your trading depot. But if they can't get to your drawbridge, they just stand there for 30 days and then they leave. And I've seen some people talk about frame rate issues with them. I also kind of wish there was a toggle for them on and off. But yeah, I don't know. If you have DF hack, you could just exterminate the 4 goblins that are carrying them, and then they'll just drop it and leave. But yeah, I don't know. It's something that definitely needs some tuning, I think. I like them as a feature, but they need some tuning. That's the wording I'm going to use. If you think that a guy who lives... Like, Bill the Butcher, I'll give you 2 little things about me, okay? I'm just going to ask you to be kind to everybody around you. That's the first thing. I live walking distance from a Green Party riding in Canada. So, if you think that I'm a Marxist for being happy that one city in the US has a socialist mayor, you're assigning a lot of things to me based on me stating that I'm proud of somebody. Just because I'm proud of somebody doesn't mean I support every single belief that that person has. Don't work in absolutes. How about it? Pretty good. T-Bone, pretty good. I am a socialist, but I ain't no Marxist. Only Siths stealing absolutes? Yeah. And Yoda, apparently. But if somebody wants to be a Marxist, I'd rather there be Marxists that exist, because everybody should have the right to speak and do their thing. But that's a video game. That's fantasy. Not Perusu. Besides, that's how people meet in the middle, right? Like, you need people with varying opinions and takes to be able to come up with a reasonable solution for everybody at the end of the day. Yoda's a Sith? I watched a very long YouTube video once about how Yoda is a Sith undercover, and I don't know. I don't pay much attention to Star Wars shit these days. How's the update feel so far? The one major issue that I think people are running into that I also agree with that I've seen is the battering rams need more tuning. That's about it so far, but everything about this update that I've encountered has been like pretty smooth and quite neat, and I've been enjoying it quite a lot. I need to get that minecart route running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a singular stockpile right here. It's just going to be for stone with no wheelbarrows. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to run a minecart route over to there. And I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to make a route, and we're going to call this temp rock route delete later please. And it's going to go to... Okay, you are going to go to there. And then to here. Stop 2 is going to have that right there. You are going to give to this one? I think this is the right one? No, that's Metal Wars. You're the other stone one, so it should give, well, Actually, it should give to both of them. give to that one. And I don't have a generic other stone one. Well, not other stone. I don't have an economic stone one. The rest can just be left at the bottom. That's fine. All right. Then I need a minecart. Let's make 3 of them.
Goal.
Delete later, please, that I will hopefully remember to actually hit. You go that way, that way, that way. You go that way, that way. Wait, no, that. Also that way. Except, when empty. You have to type in the goal command separately for that to work, Valium. Thank you very much, though, for the 7th month. Welcome back. Balance. I wouldn't say the battering rams are unbalanced. They're just bad at pathing, and they get stuck. I don't think they're unbalanced or anything. The battering rams actually seem kind of fine from what I've seen. They're just bad at pathing. They're bad at their job. Like, I want a battering ram to be able to knock down a door or a drawbridge that I built, but from what I can tell, they just fail horribly at doing that. Which is funny, but not... I want them to work, I guess. Why didn't... Okay. Any more sieges today? No, not yet. Chat room, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for Valium? For bringing that sub back. The Jar Jar Sith is both more plausible. Isn't that canon? That Jar Jar's a Sith? I thought that was canon. Never confirmed? Okay. Well, shit. Maybe that was like in a book or something that was then removed. I don't know. But I thought that was a thing that was canon. That was just a what in canon? And I beg your pardon? Let's do some rock grates out of obsidian. Well, actually, no, let's not do obsidian. Let's do, rock grates out of basalt. Do 8 of those. 20 of those, actually. Down here, you can be a minecart. Darth Jar Jar is a Fortnite skin. Okay, but hold on. Are you implying that just because it's in Fortnite, it's canon? Because to me, Fortnite is like Mad Lib's fan fiction. Because the amount of things that are canon. So, like, hold on. Darth Jar Jar is a Fortnite skin. So, I don't remember the scene in Star Wars where, I do not recall the scene in Star Wars where Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader pulled out AK-47s and started shooting at each other. But, like, I'm willing to be reminded of that sequence. What was your favorite part? Uh-huh. And then he shoots Dumbledore, right? All right, why was your dwarf? Is he still mayor? He was unelected mayor by a vampire, and then we dropped the rock on the vampire. Yeah. You sure you've seen Star Wars? I think so. Yeah, I think so. No Shave November? No. I did not grow this since the start of November. It was like mid-October I got really depressed and I stopped shaving. Like if I start growing facial hair, it's usually a sign that I'm depressed. And now I'm just like kind of out of that bad mood. I'm in a better mood now. But like it ended about a week and a half ago. And now I'm like in this kind of good mood, but I'm like still in like this weird state of psychosis where I think that I might not look terrible with a beard. So I'm just waiting until I get annoyed with it and then shave it off, which will probably be in the next 24 to 48 hours, I think. Or like go down to just a goatee and see if I can pull that off. And then, I don't know, maybe do a day of a handlebar mustache or something. Keep the beard? I already have enough hair. I don't know if I need more. Did I place that track vehicle? Yes, I did. Because I need to tell them where to load it from. I don't think I did that. Okay, so you are going to load just all types of stone. You're going to load from there. Let's make sure that this works. Just log in and Blind's talking about hair. Chat's talking about the fact that I haven't shaved. In, I don't know, a month. You get it too? I mean, I work in like an 8-week cycle where like I'll be depressed for a bit, and then I'll be okay for a bit, and then I'll be happy for a bit, and then I'll be too happy for a bit, and then I'll be way too happy for a bit, and then I'll be very depressed for a bit, and then I'll be depressed for a bit. Sometimes it's longer than 8 weeks. Tisk. Let's just deconstruct this. And let them finish this. Your vote is still goatee. The thing is, like, I don't know. If I keep any of it, it's gonna need to be very, very manicured. Because I don't want to just end up shaggy. I look old enough already with the gray hair. I don't need a large beard, you know? People already think I'm like 10 years older than I am. I know I have bipolar disorder, thanks. So my psychologist told me that years ago. Well, maybe not. Yeah, years ago at this point. How old am I? 31. I actually had to think about that for a second. I don't know why, but I did. All right, let's jump up to the here. That's. But no, if you go back to my old videos and you see me like freaking out for seemingly no logical reason, that's because it's before I went to therapy and got my diagnosis. But I suspected for a while. Most people think I'm older because of the taste I have in video games and media, but the reason I have, like, odd taste in video games and media is because I was always, like, 10 years behind in the technology I had at home. Mostly because it wasn't something that my parents really prioritized. We might get attacked in the fall. Sorry, elves. I've been going gray since I was 16. Push scroll. You've been shaving since 24? Yeah. No, I got my first like gray hairs in my early teens. I knew a kid when I was like 14 or 15 who had a full beard, who is like my age. So I don't know. People progress at different speeds. My grandmother, who I blame for my gray hair, I have the exact same hair she does, or did rather. Rest in peace. She was completely gray in her 30s. I was going to hook that lever up and then totally spaced on what I was doing again. So this right here, I think I need to embiggen this room a bit because it's too small. You went bald at 18? Yeah, that's the thing I guess I have is like everybody in my family still has their hair. Nobody's balding. That's the real advantage that I have. Like my dad still has a full head of hair. He's retirement age. But, man. You'd take gray over a receding hairline any day? You know, I feel like we... Because, like, I don't feel that way, necessarily. Even though, like, you know, I've grown my hair long and I like it. I think that we all see the value in the thing that we don't have. I get called old a lot. Like, people think I'm way old. Like, if I had $1 for every time I was accused on a dating app of lying about my age, I would have, like, $50 now. I would have, like, 2 months of free Tinder, which I thankfully don't pay for it, but. I did not say battering rams are broken. I said that battering rams have a really hard time pathing and get stuck sometimes. And I've seen some people reporting them getting stuck all the time. Because they work the same way that wagons work. If they can't get to your fortress, they just sit around for 30 days and they leave. And I think they need to be retuned so that they either don't show up to begin with if there is no way for them to get to your fortress, or if they do show up, then they, in my opinion, so for whatever that's worth, in my opinion, if they do show up, they shouldn't block, like, they should make a way for them to get into your fortress. No, totally. But it would also not be invalid or unrealistic for them to, say, carry a battering ram somewhere and then build it. You know? Like, I think, are other ways that you could justify that as a way for them to get a thing to a place without having to, like, you know, make it seem ridiculous or silly or unbelievable. And it turned into a slideshow? I haven't experienced that at all yet. I mean, there was a little bit of slowdown in one siege, but nothing crazy. I do have like, this is one of those patches where there is going to need to be tuning, right? Because they've tested as much as they can, right, on their own. And now we're at the point of it's time for us to figure out what needs to be done next, right? And love it or hate it, that's part of video games. These are some of the biggest mechanical changes I think we've had to fort mode since it released on Steam, at the very least. They could break down trees. I really want them to be able to break down trees and piss off the elves. I want them to ruin my relations with the elves. Just because I think that would be really fucking funny. More than anything. see how this is going down here. They could drop the ram. That too, yeah. Like I personally feel that either they shouldn't bring rams if they can't path. They should just immediately leave, or they should make a path. That's kind of my opinion. Or drop it, I guess. Like it just could get auto toppled if they can't make it to the fort. That would also be perfectly viable in my opinion. But at the end of the day, doesn't my opinion really matter? Speed that up as well. Just trying to get these rocks out of down here mostly. There's also some more kilonite down here. Which means I could actually do clay statue. Let's just make some clay statues. Why not? Only got 4 of it right now? Okay, so let's just do 4 of them then. Looks like we've made all of the pig iron. 25 pig iron. I'm actually just going to go to you and just say make steel bars until you run out of pig iron. Seen any tunnelers yet? I haven't, no. But the first handful of sieges I got were from zombies, which just have the new behaviors. They don't actually have the new abilities. And I destroyed the necromancer tower that was invading me, so. We're now at war with humans and goblins. And I've seen the humans do some construction, and I've seen the goblins get very lost. And try to attack me with battering rams and not be very successful. It was just a DF hack update? Huh. Was there a main branch update? There's probably a new feature or something related to sieges that they tossed in there. I mean, the other question is, do they have patch notes, right? You're hooked up. You're hooked up. Okay, so it's basically just... I need to get all of this stuff out of here. I'm actually... Okay, I'm going to do a thing. Go down to here. Set all that to dump. Ooh. Huh? Is there a... magma crab? Somewhere? Nope. Okay. Cool. That's not ideal. I'm just gonna let Attila run away from the fire. Wait. Attila, can you, get, your big fat face down here? Please? Hmm. This is a video game? Dwarf's, like, trying to get away from the fire, and honestly, I respect it, but, like, you could go the other way, right? There is a way around it, I think. Yeah, it must have been from a splash. Somebody, oh. Whoops. Actually. We need an emergency rescue party. Go, 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 go. Planter's been missing for a week. There's a snatcher. We need to think of the children. More snatcher, more snatcher, more snatcher. I've got a bigger problem, okay? Take the children if you want them. I gotta deal with this. I mean, maybe don't, but... Come on, Wardy McHog. Oh, great. Speaking of, the enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek a parley. The enemy is commanded by the Wolverine woman, Tin, Yearning Grouped, who is a competent commander, and in the mid-spring of 187, Tin mortally wounded the dog, Thop. You beat up a dog? You're famous for beating up a dog. I mean, they saw the smoke signal, so they're like, it's time to invade. Beware, they're a heavily armored elite or a marmot man spearman. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what the fuck a marmot is, this is very important human education. You must know that this is a marmot. This animal exists purely to feed eagles and other birds of prey. They are extraordinarily dumb and floofy and majestic. You want 10? I got chased by one when I was trying to pee on the side of a trail once. One of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. But, they chew up the rubber in your car. Oh, really? Huh. Zapperzan, you wanna be a soldier? A soldier? Beard or no beard? Okay, well, hold on. Time to close that. So this is the Kingdom of Tubes. This is the human faction once more. Okay, I may have found a bug. They seek a parley. B. B. Hey, chat, can I get a round of Bs, please? I'm gonna screenshot that. And just send that off to somebody who would be able to fix it. B. It's time. Oh, right. It's a note. Oh, is this like an encrypted message from the goblins telling us that they're going to rush B, as pointed out by YouTube chat? That's a good call, actually. Anyway, B. Speaking of B, I've still gotta fix this. This is still a bit of a problem. And it keeps getting canceled. How about... Oh, I see what they're trying to do. I'm just gonna let it burn out. I think it'll be okay. We're about to get by an ad break. I will pause the game when the ads hit. There we go. Okay, we're good. Whew. That was almost way scarier than it needed to be. I'm going to go all the way down to here. And I'm going to give up getting these rocks out of here. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to go down here and I'm going to place a wall. And one of my siege operators has given birth to a girl. And there you go. That should just stop because that route is now gone. Also, I need to check chat logs for Zapperzen. I'd like a dwarf with a beard and a soldier's kit. Can I have a Marksdorf? Although, let's find one who isn't actively stressed. Like you. Alright, so Zapperzen. I'll just read this while the ads are running. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and is cheerful, is often cheerful and remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He is often nervous and he likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to hang on to grievances and he likes to brawl. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. And he is slow to anger and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Something I'm going to do this siege is I'm going to lock all of the doors and see what they do. He personally is disgusted by merrymakers and does not respect the law, and dreams of creating a great work of art, with blood and bolts, probably. He likes demult. He likes basalt and platinum and light yellow diamond, giant bobcat tooth, orchid pink, and short swords. Rabbits for their ears, and the and magma crabs for their chittering. And the sound of the lilac of emeralds, and impossible prefers to consume moon snail and dwarven wine and absolutely hates toads. Oh, also, let's just jump back up to the surface here and just go over that. Just go you and you. Go back up here. Okay, so I need to close this door pretty soon here. Uh-oh. Right, I've got a bunch of dwarves that have been missing for a week that I haven't been memorializing. Shit. I'm stupid. I'll make one for tourist. Hey, Sam. You know what could be fun is the modification is possibility in the future is forced personality trait, like likes brawling, so that everyone of that species in the world have that. Oh, that's a very easy thing to mod in. You can just make that a species trait. We'll give them some time to get back in the front door. I don't have a gate up there. Let's jump back over to here. You up there, you up there. Okay. See if you make it to where I need you to go. Okay. Oh, also I can go get rid of this. Stockpile. Oopsies. That is now blocked off, so all the way up here, let's just make sure this doesn't intersect with anything. Okay, you're good. You're good. Up to here, sweet. You can deconstruct that. Let's just get both of these built. Actually, let's turn this. Siege operator's been possessed. Let's turn this off until these can both get built. Oopsies. Siege operator has claimed what? Carpenter shop, okay. Let's see, can I build another pump? Okay, no I can't. That's fine though. I don't think we need it. I'm just trying to get all of the last of this set up really quick. Whoever it was, he totally missed the name that gave you the minecart cap to win a couple of hours ago. Yeah, that was Ice Blue. It was very kind of him. Thanks for being around to be able to get one, eh? Like, that's half of it to me. It's the fact that, you know, we're watching and able to acquire a cap. There goes that dwarf who's also completing their strange mood, which is good for everybody. All right. How do we think that this siege is going to go, chat? Do we have any expectations? I'm curious about how big it is. Looks like we've got an elf. We've got some elves. We've got a bunch of sparrow people. A bunch of elven spearmen. A bunch of marmot spear masters. Whoa. Whoa. Holy shit. High Master Spear Box Boy. Jeez, dude. Also, it appears that they dropped their battering ram, which now makes me wonder if they're actually going to do anything with it. Spearmaster dam? No, they're not beavers. They're not going to build a dam. Don't worry. Death to the cute invaders. I mean, they can. A bunch of them can fly. All right, so you're going to fill up to there. And then I open this. Why is Blind being invaded by marmots? Well, it's a human faction that just happens to have a population of marmots. And apparently they're very talented spear marmots.
Over here, he has a sword!
Yes, it's humans. So I am actually a little bit worried about how quickly this is going to fill. Because I only have like 30 days before they attack me. Okay, you've begun your mysterious construction. Let's lock that. Wait for seemingly most of the dwarves to be inside. Let's get all of these dwarves to train for right now. Except for you, because you're just my captain of the guard. You stay on no orders. You down here, you get pulled. Okay, it's filling decently quick. Traderito? Traduturio. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Tarum, can I get a round of beers? Please and thank you. Meanwhile, the siege operator, Al Lytaston, has created the siege operator Rith has created Al Lytast, an apricot wood statue of Etur, a devilish potato, glove-clammed. Calmed, not clammed. Sorry. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Atir Girder-skinned.
Crypt spooky.
Huh. I want to see what this looks like. only if you, it's not, well, it's the issue with any nickname of a language that the person who's trying to read it doesn't normally read. Also, OC Bass, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Should see me try to pronounce anything in Swedish. So this is a apricot wood statue of Etor Devilish Potato. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of a devilish potato, the dwarf, and the natural pet, the basalt mug. Okay, so mug they made, and devilish potato is raising the neutral pet, not natural, neutral pet. The artwork relates to the creation of the neutral pet in Warmachines by the dwarf Atur Devilish Potato in the midsummer of 184. It is studded with gold and encircled with bands of apricot wood. The subject menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. A butter statue? So now this sucker is filling, as I wanted it to. It's actually filling faster than I thought it would, too. But not as fast as it could possibly fill, but it is still filling, so that's good. I was a little bit worried because I wanted to increase the amount of flow capacity that this thing has, which it currently doesn't have much. But I need the lava to get up into here. The siegers are all down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this to fill up all the way. Then I'm going to start the siege and see what they do. Because I want to... I'm really hoping... I don't think they actually have the space. I'm really hoping that they'll try and break this down. Or dig around it. Otherwise, I'll just burn a bunch of them and then fight the rest of them. Spicy reservoir? Yeah. Yeah. Spicy reservoir. What the frick is this? That is the weirdest looking tree trunk I've ever seen. Alright. But I can't fight them. I can tell you this. I will lose to them just because they're spearmasters. So we have to be very creative with this. Sparrows, I think? Sparrows, yes. Teach them some swimming in lava? Mm-hmm. That'd be the hope. I'm just really happy the Spearmasters are the marmots. As opposed to the ones that can fly. Chat, I need to take a real quick toilet break. I'm gonna hope that they don't invade me. But you know, it could go wrong. Please keep an eye on this lava for me. I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Woo!
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck
baby.
you, dude.
Let's
This is
go.
fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Bring out your dead!
Bark, 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 bark.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
You fucking donkey!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
No, 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 no! 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 Nice, nice. Siege is pretty good so far. Blind's going spam Blind is going spam coconuts. Right. You guys marching in on your cavalry? Is that what's happening? Also, for reference, the orange _ TJ is crashing at my house for a week. I didn't even realize that you'd left. Went out to go take a piss. I was like, oh, I guess they left. I guess they're somewhere else. Didn't even hear you leave. Try to entertain while I get. Yeah, it's a teamwork effort. Excellent. All right, so now I just need to wait a minute for top of this to refill a wee bit. And then we can drain the rest of it. Got 16 steel bars. Let's make steel helms. 10 of them. Steel shields. 6 of them. So the door wouldn't startle me? Nope, didn't even hear it. Okay, well. Let's see what they do. Yeah, see, they're stuck. Which is unfortunate. I'm sorry, what? Why is there a goblin thief here? Oh, come on, you. I have to trigger it this way? Tisk. Maybe they're gonna do something silly. Oh, they're... well. Okay, well, I should have done that first, but... just kind of curious as to where they're going to go. Why are you injured? Oh, you must have tried to come in the last siege. Have you ever had a dream where anyone has ever had you? Have you ever been so far as decide to do you can use fly? You mean like have you ever lucid dreamed? Yeah. Not super effective because it hasn't had a ton of time to fill, but problem is, where are they headed? Exactly. What's the route they're taking? I'm just going to let this thing fill, because it's just going to cause a lot of burning. Let's just go up to here. Fire at will. Fire at will. Fire at will. Fire at will. I'm also going to need to build more of those, I think. Yeah, more of them. More of them is needed. I'm just very curious as to where they go. Where are they? Because I'm not going to be able to beat them. Because they do have Siege Masters. It's a transcript of a meme video. It kind of reads like a copy pasta. Like, I was expecting it to end in a pun or something. It's very funny that the biggest threat in this siege are these marmot people. That's, like, kind of amazing to me. Is there anybody that's, like, blinky? Actually, I wonder. Okay, they don't have any notable kills. Wolverine Man's seen some shit, though. Okay, so there is some lag that I'm having now. Is anything building? I mean, it could also be the fact that the forest is on fire. Yeah, that's definitely probably got something to do with it. Definitely probably got something to do with it. They've also built a lot of stairs up and into trees, I'm seeing. There's also skunk people down here. Oh, boy. Yeah, sorry, skunk people, but, you know, we were joking earlier when we were saying that the reason that we invaded the humans is because they smell bad, but they do employ skunks as part of their military. Oh, most definitely not helping. But also, that's 25 frames a second. Like, it's not bad. Just curious if this will burn. Oh, yeah, it does. For a second there, I thought a baby was operating this. Well, some of them appear to be trying to do something with this, which is kind of fun. There's a human all the way the hell down here for some reason. Or an elf all the way to the hell down here. So that Wolverine guy, this guy right here, was part of a previous siege against me. The last time they attacked me, he was in that siege. And also, like, if you go through their histories, Reinhardt, a lot of them were former slaves. At least they were the last time. Or are actively slaves of this faction. So they're attacking me with a very varied slave army. Which is kind of fucked, if you think about it. I'm just very curious to see where they try to go. Or what they try to do. Oh, seems like my... Uh-oh. What are you doing? Oh, and all. Didn't I... Oh, I thought I closed this door. Guess I didn't. That's funny. Here I thought I locked that. Oh, well. Guess I didn't. In that case, hey, maybe you might want to figure out what you're doing here, Dwarf. No job anymore. Well, okay, running in and dying, I guess. Bye. Nice knowing you, Onal. I've got some marmots that are vomiting. Stuff's collapsing. The long-tailed one... Okay, so these are skunk people. This is a Wolverine man. And they look like they're from Minecraft because of the shading on their faces, but these are the marmot peoples that are the expert spear wielders. I really need to deforest this area a bit. It's kind of a liability. All right, well, they fired some of the ballista bolts out. More stuff's caving in on surface. $4,000 bolts nearby and available. Oh, okay. There is a Sparrowman spearman who has entered the fortress. But it appears that my dwarves are doing a pretty decent job taking it out. I'm actually really happy that they enter the fort now, because these guys used to do a terrible job fighting or flying when they fought with you. So that's good to see. The game's paused at the moment. We're going to fly down a few levels. I'm going to set up these guys. Spearman, spearman, spearman? The spearmint spears. Although if they're bad at it, does that mean that they Didn't Sparrow mint to do that? I should apologize, but I'm not going to. So now we're just getting these guys down here set up. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know more than anybody. Let's get this walled off. I like how they're bleeding out by the time they hit the bottom here. I'm also going to turn off combat. Okay, what's getting shot at right now? There's a Horay Marmot Spearman that's fighting. My Marks Dwarves is fighting. What are you fighting with at the moment? Not seeing anything else coming up the walls. So what do you think, chat? Should I let them come in and fight them with the siege engines head on? Or should I lock the doors and see what they do? Just saying that you're uneasy and falling over? Chat says, I think we'll let them come around the corner and then we'll lock the doors and see what they do. How about that? They have building materials, so they could do something. The last time they were here, they built a bunch of stairs. In Vienna? Hell yeah, dude. It's gonna be lit. I mean, I saw the porn crumpets, not yesterday, but the night before. There was a lot of King Gizzard shirts there. Like, a lot. I will force them to turn around by dumping some lava and locking the doors. Okay, so now that they're firing, I'll start locking the doors. I'll seal this. And open that. So bolts are flying at those high priority targets, being the spearmen. I think, honestly, so far my favorite new addition is the catapults. I really like how the new catapults work. And they continue to come towards us. Getting a bit more lag, but it's all because of the fire on the surface. So we also had another siege where we got attacked and we killed them all, and I thought the siege was over, and then an ambush arrived from the same siege, which was also interesting. That was from the goblins, though. Again, there's some lag, but I guarantee you it's from the smoke. Or things trying to fly through smoke. Adept siege operator. Okay, so the gate is shut. So I guess they're trying to figure out how to regroup. Oh, shit. They're trying to build. I don't think those were there the whole time. You found the issue with the lag? The battering ram was causing lag? How so? Can sieging units starve? No. Also, this is only the second siege that this faction has sent. The first one, they just completely got obliterated by me. I'm also going to send this squad over here to go kill this guy, because he is standing outside of range of them. That's the other thing. Wonder was missing for a week? Oh, you're firing a bolt thrower. That makes sense. Let's also get these dwarves off of here. I'll leave those two center ones, but get the rest of them out of here. We're in an ad break. I will pause. Goblin grabbed him? He was kidnapped? Oh, was he? Shit. Okay, hold on. No, he wasn't. I also don't think that Wonder was a kid, was he? No, he wasn't kidnapped. Wait, hold on a second. Why are you kidnapping a corpse? Huh? I mean, but he's not a member of the Necromancer Civ, though. Huh. This is what the surface looks like now from all the damage I did. And it's still burning, obviously. That is weird. So this guy right here, severely injured. Wax Cook is his name. And so here comes the Mark stores. I'm sure they'll just come over here and shoot him. If they can see him. There we go. Got rid of that Wax Cook there. Let's see what happens to the rest of them. Some of them are coming out. He could have died in this act. That's true. What is the plan here for you, Skunky and Elf? They have to have a plan, right? Right? I mean, like... Right? Or are they just like, we have no orders, what do we do? It's burning outside, we're all injured. Nah! Although, honestly, that's kind of fair, to be direct. Okay, hold on, there's 3 there. How many are still alive? There's actually quite a few still alive. Like, there's this guy running around with that body in his bag. Which, fucking, what? We've got these 3, which is Gal, Milo, and Radir. How about you? I mean... Why don't we do this? swap these two. Try and burn those remaining ones down there that are waiting. Still not exactly sure what they're trying to do here or what their long-term plan is or if they even have one. You guys can go take a break. And that's now closed. That is now open. And I should be releasing lava again, which we are. I should just go straight down here and burn up these few remaining ones. Got a bunch of them are very injured too. Send the dwarves all back to training. I think the next time the humans show up, I'll pay the parlay. I want to know what the goblins do. Oh, come on, please. Where are you? What are you? Oh. Here I thought that goblin was part of this human civ who was attacking me. I don't think that's the case. Huh. No, I don't use Auto Butcher. I personally find Auto Butcher to be a bit too... Easy mode's the wrong word. A bit too automated. I realize that's the point, but... I don't like it when it feels like the game is playing itself on my behalf. Okay, so there's one left in here. Too injured to move, presumably. Okay, so now what I can do is I can lock this. I kind of fucked up. I shouldn't have put those grates there. I can remove them. Like here? This should just have walls. Okay, well that's the siege then. That's it. We won. Still a few invaders on the map. Woo! Curious where you're going, because you're... Yep, okay, so they are slowly leaving. I'm expecting it just to take them a while, because, you know, the world's kind of on fire. No, the Snatchers were not part of the siege. Can you take war prisoners? I mean, you can catch people in cages and throw them in the volcano if you want, but you can't really do anything with them as far as I know. Huh. Although the way they were putzing around that drawbridge over there, I'm pretty hopeful I can make them do something with this. But it seems like this is where the wagons tend to come from. So what I think I'm gonna do... Or not the wagons. This is where the... rams tend to come from. I'm gonna chop these trees down to where it is, or where it was. And I'm going to basically floor this area up, I think. Doesn't really matter the material, but we're gonna put floors here. Make a road. I feel like roads are more likely to get toppled, aren't they? Like, roads used to get toppled in the olden days. Although, I do need to put roads around the edge of the fort. That actually is something I need to do. Kind of hope it rains. Let's turn the burrow off. Now we'll let that keep filling. Why is the floor on fire again? Again? What do you mean again? The forest is intentionally on fire. We put it there. As far as my floor's not on fire. What are you talking about? What is this floor propaganda you're spreading? I think I've already chopped down enough trees to piss them off again, so hopefully we can get some elves attacking the goblins attacking the humans. There is a not small chance we'll get three-way sieges in this fort. But yeah, I think the plan is to go around the outside of the fort and just put roads around it. At least that's what I'm gonna do. And then down in that entryway, I think, hey, I guess we could just build roads. Like, roads are fine. I got nothing against roads, at least in this video game. Dwarves also, sometimes I'll make roads and then make them invisible. Because dwarves admire a nicely constructed road, unlike floors that they don't admire. Dwarves are very much an admirer of a nice brick layout, I suppose, but not a nice tile floor. What game's roads hurt me? I'm trying to think of a snarky response and I can't. And also, I said at least in video games. In real life, eh. Let's see if my dwarves can actually get to that, to dig it. These guys, actually, actually, that's kind of a mood, man. You know, that skill used to be architecture? Squirrel teeth? Oh, terrified one. Oh, there is still something that we need to fight. Let's just station my military right here. So there is something... There's something out here. Oh, it's you. It's lying down, flying. So it's very hard to... Hold up. Which one of you mad lads threw a scimitar? You saw that, right? Somebody threw a scimitar. Or did it drop its scimitar? Oh, okay. They dropped their scimitar. That makes a bit more sense. Okay, now he's on the ground and he's passed out. Where's all the collapsings? Okay, it's behind us. That's fine. He's trying to retreat very unsuccessfully. What is your gear? It has to be something pretty tense. Oh, I see. Well done. Yeah, I thought somebody threw it at him, but no, it dropped theirs, which is less funny, but still funny. Thrown weapon and dwarf fort would end in a guard with no weapons. I mean, dwarves will throw things as a weapon. It's called miscellaneous object. Also, fun fact, shields count as a miscellaneous object if they're whacking things with them. So if you only have dwarves with just shields equipped, they'll get very good at miscellaneous object. And if they are also very good at archery or using a like crossbow, they will just like fucking pick up objects and throw them. And that's how you get like Forgotten Beasts killed by a dead rat. Is this supposed to be a Captain America bit? Their sprite is so cute. Yeah. A lot of the animal people are real good looking. They do a good... They've done a very good job in creating fun, convincing looking animal people. These two are panicking because they're seeing A threat off in the distance. I like this dwarf's enthusiasm. Bronze short sword, crutch. Shield on his back. You've got this, dwarf. You can't stand, you're having trouble breathing, but you're doing your best. Oh hey, the thing I told him to kill is now dead. Good. That should be everything, right? Yep, yep. I'm going to hope it rains soon. Mimoran, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate that. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that brand new subscription? Fine is making the red sand? Well, I'm melting some rocks. I don't know, I'm making red sand. Yeah, so right now I'm quite literally making a pathway for battering rams, which to me just means quite literally and simply, battering rams need more tuning. I'm going to stand by that statement. Frame rate's catching up to where it needs to be. Stuff's getting burnt out finally. I've also got a ghost, which is Erish. We'll get rid of you. Oopsies. Game's being all spooky sounds at me. I need some slabs. Kamikaze troll running with some TNT would be neat.
The spinning lion corpse lodges itself into the side of the lion.
I'm stuttering.
The lion is having trouble breathing.
A classic. That's how a lion was killed by a lion. Thank you very much, Feral Millennial, for that second month. You want the happiest animal caretaker. I don't know how many animal caretakers I have. I have an animal dissector, but that's kind of like the inverse of an animal caretaker. Is that okay? Because that's kind of all I got. Oh, really? I love that the Fortnite guy has come back. There's a Fortnite player, professional Fortnite player, with a very, very similar username to mine. And sometimes kids get lost. How about a hunter? Sure. I probably had an animal caretaker, but they probably priority shifted. I mean, even the hunter is probably not going to stay a hunter. Vivid Nights is completely convinced of her own worthlessness and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She doesn't often feel envious of others and has an active imagination. She likes a little excitement now and then, and is conflicted by this as she... where was I? She has an active imagination and likes a little excitement now and then, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork in its creation. She has a calm demeanor and she tries to do things correctly. She tries to keep her things orderly and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and she has a greedy streak and she occasionally overindulges. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and she has a habit of licking her lips when she's trying to remember something, and she often starts chewing. And when she's trying to remember something, she often starts chewing on her lips. She dreams of raising a family, and personally, holds both shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem, has the idea of fair dealing and hates the idea of fair dealing, and cheats whenever she finds it profitable. She sees competition as wasteful and silly, and does not care about friendship, and likes alabaster, zinc, and squirrel, and chestnut wood, and giant impala leather, and the color rose gold, the color rose taupe, and gems, crossbows, and gauntlets. And vests, and catapult parts, and blue peafowls for their coloration, and the sight of the beige silkiness euphoria, and when possible, prefers to consume swamp whiskey and eggplant seeds, and absolutely hates oysters. I tried to make that sound as menacing as possible. She's married to a siege operator, typical, and worships a Kest, which is a god I don't recognize. God of Fortresses and More. Oh, I should recognize that one. Welcome to the fort. Oh, it takes care of them, all right. Then I don't think that's what they wanted. All right, so I'm actually going to go to the overworld. And we are going to go raid with the Inky Pastimes. The rushed demonstration. Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, because you're weak. Well, good luck. Yeah. Let's keep on working on this. It's kind of a bother that I can't build walls. Boat murder defense system? We used to... Well, it's a bit more complicated than the boat murdered variety, but... We used to call these lava toilets. They attack you in response, yeah. Goblins are not capable of non-aggressive diplomacy. Thank you. Thankfully, I can build ramps. Let's just go here and go paved road. These goblins are going to topple all of my paved roads, and I'm going to cry. Also, the sentence, they're going to topple my roads, is really funny to me. Yeah, because when stuff caves in on them. But thankfully, I ideally won't need to burn the forests as much once we have these roads done, because they should just have a route here. At least I would think. Oh, shit. I think they deconstructed that floor tile. Because I definitely had a floor tile there. Noticing all these funky little holes in my walls that I didn't put there. And I'm going, These pesky critters are getting to work. Who permitted that? I did not give you a permit for such building constructions. Fancy that. What are you doing here, Dwarf? Oh, you're gonna go construct a building? That's fine. Picked up a disposable film camera. They still make those? I don't know why I'm surprised, but... Of what did they demolish this time? Oh, I've been predicting that everybody's gonna hate that for a while. Like, kind of a while now. You got a permit to deconstruct that, sir? Something like that. That's kind of what I've been imagining for a minute. Monty Python sketches with the invaders? Oh, trust me, like, this entire video game is one gigantic Monty Python sketch. No. Which is why you're not going to report me to the authorities, right, feral millennial? Okay, let's go here. Go across to there. May actually get rid of that drawbridge, or I'll just put one next to it. That's probably the actual way to do it. Let's also go down to here. We'll start placing some of these. A lot of construct building happening. Yeah, didn't you get the notice that you need a permit? This joke is so far up its own rear, it can't see the light of day anymore. Okay, you're gonna go there. Oops. You're gonna get disabled. I'm going to build a stair up here. I'm going to fill all this up with floors. And we're going to do some stuff here. Well, I could just fortify it. Nah, I'm going to build an actual tower. Use your hips and not your back. Another thing I kind of wish about the battering rams is I kind of wish that they wouldn't deconstruct when the guys carrying them die. I kind of wish that somebody else could go ahead and pick it up. Like, it would be neat if the goblins could, like, send someone else to go grab it, you know? I'm just gonna plop a catapult up here, assuming I have the parts for one. There's an ad coming in a couple seconds here. When the ad is done, or when the ad begins, I will pause the game so you won't miss anything. You know, we definitely should issue digging licenses now that I'm thinking about it in Dwarf Fort, just so that we can send all of the goblins the fines after they invade us, you know? Okay, I need 3 catapult parts. Catapult parts. Say 9, because you need 3 per, and that just kind of makes sense. And I'm just going to go plop another seed shop over here, because I got rid of the one in the basement. Oops. I always forget that I need 3 pieces for these, and then I never finish building them. How much do you lose by turning off secrets in World Gen? Zombies. There won't be zombies. Are we not brewing drinks? That I can actually get rid of. That I can get rid of. I'm trying to. All of my barrels must be full again. Oh, I'm just out of plants. That's the issue. Let's get some fruits going. That has been one of my most wanted things since I started playing this hippo. Can siege mechanics machines hit targets on a different level? Yes. They can also butt targets on a different level, you know? Same thing. Def. Yeah, no, they can aim up, down. They just can't aim down as much as a Mark's Dwarf. And the bolt throwers can aim down more than the catapults. They target enemies and they aim up and down, yes. Oh, shit, my squads are back. Oh, wait. In here until the ads are over. So, chat, you guys planning on doing anything over the weekend? I'm curious if today is going to have end up having more players than yesterday or not. Because yesterday there was, what, 2,078 people playing this update? And the peak today was 2,056. But currently we're at 1,999, so they're dwarfing like it's 1999. But curious if we'll beat yesterday's peak. Playing Dwarf Fortress, of course. I mean, now's the time. If not now, then when? There's never been a time than about 35 minutes ago, I guess. Taking your littles to the planetarium tonight for a cool little event. Ooh, what's happening? I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to spew too much information, but... the Sacrificial Rocks attacked the Seducer of Watches. Oh, they really like that Rolex. And the Hardy Clam Jackal at Rushed Demonstrous. The Dwarf Kogan, Crescent Copper, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Dwarf Zim Blow Cobalt, the Abated Terror of Domains. What a name of things. The Dwarf Kogan's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf, the Terror of Domains, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. And immediately we lost a dwarf named Zephon. And then tussled with a bunch of elves. Struck down an elf. Fought with a goblin. Now you have to try the game. I mean, I don't know if winning a mug means you have to try it, but it's a good game. You should try it. I have a text message that is time sensitive that I need to respond to. All right. Time sensitive text message responded to. Seen any elves? We traded with them. I bought some giant animals from them. I'm just checking through this combat. It looks like we just took out a bunch of humans and goblins mostly. Yeah, just took out some humans and goblins and lost a dwarf. It's... sucks, but happens to the best of us. Dwarf play work. Yeah, that's fair. As long as they're not in management and not, like, maimed or injured, if they have some combat skill, they're joining the military. Work on your LED projects. LED projects? I question, why do you build breweries in the middle of the room? Is mining a designated room that will be exactly their size with them not viable? Do whatever you want. I do what I think looks pleasant. I don't like square room, door, hallway, brewery. I don't like that. I just think it's ugly. I mean, I make open rooms because I like open rooms. And it makes it easier to stop crimes. That's about the only real thing. I don't like doing that because I think it's ugly. These are placeholder. I just plopped these down because there was space. There's like kind of no logic behind why these are like this. There was just space available, so I put them there. But yeah, it's 90% of like my decisions when I construct stuff is, oh, well, it looked nice. So I wouldn't think more than that about it generally, because that's usually about how much thought I put into it generally. Let's check bars. I got 24 steel bars. Let's do... let's do steel greaves and steel gauntlets. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fashion Fortress is like endgame Dwarf Fortress. It's like Warframe, you know? If you've made it to endgame of Dwarf Fort, it just means that you're trying to make everything look as pretty as possible. Also, I don't want to make dark dye, but I'm going to make some dye. Ooh. No idea how much friggin' cranberry I have. Let's make some cranberry dye. And let's dye some cloth. Let's get some red dye in here. I don't want to worry about dyeing everything, but I'm going to periodically make some dyes. All right, let's also go down here. Okay, let's get those built. At 157 years old, he's probably very strong. I mean, if he's lived that long, he's had time to get very strong, right? Like that's the big deal there is. Oh, that's interesting. The humans took over a forest retreat over there. I may have like poked the wrong bear by attacking the humans, actually, now that I think about it. Me getting phantom vibrations. And also time-sensitive text message. Okay, sheep that need to be moved down to the basement. Oopsies. We are also, taking or shearing sheep and spinning that into cloth. Got a ghost dealt with. Squads returned. Let's clear all this. All right. I think it's time to get back to work on upgrades. So let's go up to here. Just trying to remind the goblins that we're here, you know? Let's go... And I can place another one over there. I'm doing this slowly, but fortifications, fortifications, and fortifications. Can you dye metal armor? Like, you know, when it comes to dyeing metal armor, it's like, yeah, no, you can't dye metal armor. But, like, to me, metal armor, and then dye the cloaks that you assign over their armor. I like that, personally, as an option. But I could see why you'd want to be able to dye leather armor. There is a mod that lets you make multicolor sandstone that I think is really neat, using bags of sand and water and something else. So I'll bet you that wouldn't be, it's probably not impossible. Hey, Zalvi. How goes the day? Pretty good. It feels weird to be streaming today, let me tell you. The link from the YouTube channel worked. I'm glad you were our crash test dummy testing the links. Yeah, I love that the divine metals are like a gold color. That part is pretty cool. I'm also a fan of that. Just destroying these floors because I've got walls underneath them now, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's push these trees further back. Go along this side, do the same thing. Go along this side, do the same thing. And begin digging out this. Wait, no, don't begin digging out that. Build that. After you build that. And then build this. Yes. And that. You're making ribs? Ooh, please share. Hey, Clem. Do you want clay or sand? I don't know. Do you want clay or sand? And then here I could actually fortify and use as well, but... Oh, shit. Fortify, please. Let's just load that, but don't stand next to it. And go into the military and create another catapult. What I'm really kind of curious to see is, like, I've built what I would describe as a dead devilish potato. I've built what I would describe as a pretty effective defense right now. And I'm going to keep using it for the time being because I'm at war with 3 different factions and I've been sieged by each of them twice. So I've fought with the goblins twice, I've fought with the humans now twice, and I've fought with the necromancers who I murdered, and they're all dead now, twice. And I'm really, really curious to see if they actually start learning and trying to avoid my unstoppable murder power of burning. So that's currently... some more Magnets have arrived. That's currently, like, part of the plan here is, like, well, okay, how good is this actually? Also, I love this area right here. I think that this was a neat idea for training. I'm just going to get rid of it, because I think, like, just making guild halls is a much better way of training Mark Dwarves anyways. And I'm going to go over to here. We're going to make some above-ground housing, because I need more housing. It's not going to be super tall. It's just going to be 1 layer tall, though. Because I currently have nowhere near enough bedrooms. And so I should make use of this space that I have up here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that system works, so I want to mess with it a little bit, you know? The rams path the exact same way wagons do. So places that the rams can't get to are places wagons can't get to. So they get stuck a lot of the time. So I haven't seen the rams work successfully yet. So, this feels really silly to say, but because of that, okay, Devilish is getting put in a tomb. Because of that, I'm kind of being forced to, for lack of a better term, I'm kind of being forced to build a way for them to get to me. Which seems a little bit counterproductive, but there ain't too much I can do about it, unfortunately. Is the Vampire Mayor still alive? If having a, piece of flooring dropped on your head and your corpse put into a deep hole still alive, then yes. Otherwise, no, I killed him. There was a counter coup, so we have our original mayor back now. Which, honestly, I think is probably for the best of the whole form. Okay, so let's just put walls across here and just kind of go whoop, 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 whoop. You good there, Dwarf? Yes, you are. From the looks of things. I'm gonna go there, 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 and there, and replace these with walls. Oh yeah, no, I've had lava forges for a bit in this fort. Understanding how pressure works is the... Who let you in? I don't want no human in my fort. Go to Howell Road. Begone. Anyway, the thing that, you really need to know in order to make forges is just kind of how the physics around lava works and how to stop pressure from getting out of hand and how to stop things from bubbling over. If you make a diagonal in where you dig, like this, then it won't overflow from here if the lava's above. Otherwise, it'll bubble over. So if you know how to do that, or use a pump to just be specific about the amount of lava you put in a place, you don't put too much lava in the place, it's generally pretty safe to make them. Generally. Of course, I do mean generally, not all the time. Nobody's perfect, even myself. I absolutely screw them up from time to time and occasionally fry a lot of dwarves. And you know what? Comes with the territory. And that's part of the fun, I think. No such thing. Wolfus Cray. I just simply don't want to make pants that are bigger. It's more of a sizeism. Got nothing against the human. In fact, I didn't expel them. I sent them to a different dwarven stronghold. I just personally don't want to make clothing that size. And don't want them accidentally making clothing too big for me. I mean, it surprised me earlier today, so yeah, that definitely is true, that spicy water can surprise the best of us. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this deconstruct tool and then just click and drag over the sections I don't want to put extra flooring on. And there we go, housing. Or what I could do, if I want it to look a little bit nicer, is I could make these into actual little roofs, which is what I'm going to do. Because I'm just doing the one floor. Waiting for construction, waiting for construction. One of them is done. Let's also get rid of all of these individual spikes, I suppose. And then the next thing you know, like half the dorms are crispy and you're trying to contain a problem. Yeah, no, absolutely. That 100% is an outcome that happens quite a lot. But yes, this is my above floor housing unit. We got our dwarf commie blocks now, which is excellent. I'm sure they'll make them look nice with some engravings. Ironically, these are nicer housing than the underground ones, but the issue is you have to live above ground, which, like, has its perks, and sometimes you'll get invaded by flying bird people. As you can see, I still need lots and lots of bedrooms. Everybody that doesn't have a modest quarters next to their name needs a bedroom right now. So, let's make a few more of these. No, they've got roofs. You literally can't build beds unless there's a roof. So, yes, they do in fact have roofs. Beds need to be indoors. Are you building that corner? That'd be very helpful if you would. There you go. It's one ready to go. One that's not ready to go. These are now both done. Let's just jump down to where you were. Got one. Actually, I've got two. Two unused mechanisms, but I think I'm just going to link this up to both of them. So you and you. I want to test something. So I've got this drawbridge at the end of a little ramp, but this one isn't, and this one won't be, but there will be ramps in front of them. I'm suspicious about the ram's ability to break stuff. I'll bet you they need to just be straight up on flat ground with the right number of open tiles in front of it. So maybe what I should do, actually, is do like a this and a this. And then some ramps over here. And then some... Oh, shit, I'm just using closest material. That's dumb. Stop it. Stop it! Is I should do this. I should do that. And I should do this. And this. Catch you in a bit. Alrighty. You have a good night's sleep. Two squads per 100 pop? It depends on what I'm trying to do. I kind of need more squads in a fort like this than I would normally, but it highly depends on what I'm trying to achieve with the fortress. If I'm trying to just be efficient with raiding, then as many as I can reasonably muster. So that may end up being what this fort ends up being. Tisk, I'm stupid. You can just load them with boulders. So you could load them with, like, I don't know, metal ore. You know, I'll bet you this would be a good use for catapults, is distributing ammo. Or not catapults. A good use for minecarts is distributing ammo. Maybe I should do that. Testing climbing abilities with walls? Well, it's more like ram positioning abilities, I guess. And before somebody points it out, yes, I know I could just go download some more, but I want to know how good they are. By they, I mean goblins. Fixing all these holes that I left. Of which I left too many. So many roads. But catapults are cool because they're loaded with boulders still, but they explode on impact now and create shards of sharp rock. So essentially they're shrapnel cannons, which is pretty cool. Hold on. So that adventurer that I expelled, where chat was like, oh, nothing like a little casual racism. I sent him to that other fortress, and he immediately got appointed to the position of militia commander. So honestly, I think we did him a favor. You know? He's now militia commander. He's being sent to the front lines. Don't think about that one too much. But hey, you know, you got a promotion. See? I'm not the bad guy. Look at chat accusing me of being the bad guy. Little do they know that, well, obviously I'm the bad guy, but little do they know that. Can you get rocks wet things? I have... You are asking me if I've done years of testing. This is the first fortress I've built. I have no idea. I'll say in the past, I've tried firing catapults through lava and had no effect. Or no success in it. Although what I could do, I guess, is I could dig a hole in the floor so that the lava here goes straight through it, and then if they happen to fire a catapult... Well, I mean, actually, I could literally test that by, like, you go right here, right? So, like, right about there, I could make a drain that goes straight down into here and then drains off somewhere else. I've tried that before. But it didn't work before. But who knows? Like, you know, the game's changed a lot, so... It's not... Couldn't get rid of that one just yet, but I do need to take that out and replace these two wall pieces. Game's lagging a little bit. They just needed the proper work environment for their positional growth. Oh, no. We just gave them what's the word? A transfer to a different franchise. Yeah, we gave them a franchise transfer. Now they're in a position in management. It's great for everybody. Oh, I know why it's lagging. It's because of all this channeling I'm doing. For some reason, and I will like probably never know why this is, channeling is extremely frame rate intensive. And I would actually like to know why that is. But it always has been. Yeah, okay, we'll do it that way. And then let's just go flooring. And then, No, I kind of screwed that up. Let's fix this. Yes, that'll be fine. And on this side here, let's just do that and that. I think it also, like, the dwarves that are actively doing the channeling are probably constantly recalculating where they're going to move next, because they are actively removing their own pathways. That's always been my theory, but what am I making? I'm making bedrooms. Because I wanted some variety in my above ground area. I don't think you can launch catapults in adventure mode. I was starting to edit the... What's it called? The Future of the Fortress video for this month last night, and I was reading through Tarn's responses, and he stated that... somebody asked a question about if we'll be able to launch things in adventure mode, and Tarn says that this patch wasn't adding or changing anything in adventure mode, implying that, no. You can't do anything with catapults in adventure mode, which was previously the case, and I presume is still the case. Game's lagging? No, it's my own construction. It's also not lagging much. Like, it's gone from 80 FPS to 60. Like, I'm not complaining. It's like, hey, the game's running a little slower. But, Gazoom, how's things? It's good to see you. But yeah, Jetai, you and me have the same assumption. Is that, it's just pathing related, probably. Oh, by the way, I just want to say a real quick thank you, because every day I have a daily minimum, which basically if I make that amount of money, it means that I made minimum wage through the stream, and I do have to say that we are $60 US above it on the Twitch side of things, so appreciate it. So I'm not too picky about launching bodies, because I want the catapults to be effective as a defense format, and I knowing enough about how this game works, that wouldn't be even remotely effective. Diner. However, so I'm kind of okay not being able to do that, at least in vanilla. However, what I would like is I want goblins to be picked up by trolls and thrown at me. I'm going to continue saying that I want to see that until it gets added. And it's probably never going to happen, but I just want to see a goblin get picked up by a troll and hucked over my wall and miss horribly, hit the wall, and fall into my moat. And go splat or catch fire or whatever. That's what I want. I want to see that. That is my dream. You know? That is my dream. The oldest fort I've ever built, Long Death, was the oldest fort I ever built. It lasted for 470 years. Genghis Khan, more like Genghis Khan. Did they throw people in Genghis Khan? What? I don't recall that in history. I just answered that question 3 seconds ago. Please rewind your memory by 3 seconds, and your question will be answered. Gratchuckles. Or rather, I answered that when somebody in the YouTube chat asked it. $365, well, it's 6 to 9 hour. Some of them are 11-hour videos. I did multiple 24-hour streams of that fort. And explode them into gore? Allow me to introduce you to a dwarf's best friend called the Drawbridge. I'm just saying, we have the technology. Dwarves have had the technology as long as I can remember. to be able to, you know, send unwanted gubbin into space. How goes the fort? Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. How's the boat murder video doing? I mean, it's not setting... I will say the same thing that I said the last time somebody asked me this question. It's fine. It's not doing great. It's not setting the world on fire. It's not doing poorly. I'm not making money on it yet. Stop asking is the other thing I'll say. It's doing fine. People like it. I liked making it. But it took a lot of hours and hasn't made its money. The amount of... If I were to pay myself minimum wage, I haven't made more than $3 an hour on it yet. Maybe more than that. I haven't made more than $5 an hour on it yet. A summary video on Long Death. I can summarize it for you. For the first 200 years, not much happened. After that, not much happened. Then, surprise, not much happened. But by about year 200, the elves invaded me. We killed the elves. And then the fort ended. Because I got bored. Oh, also the goblins invaded me at some point. We killed them too. That wall pattern spells cat? What? I get... Huh, it kind of does. I need to add a 2 somewhere then. But I will never do a summary video of Long Death. For the same reason that I won't ever go back to older versions of the game and do that. 1, because it would literally take me 1 trillion years to do it. 2, because it wouldn't do very well, because I am not going to completely explain to everybody how to read half ASCII. Yeah, it had some sprites, but it was mostly ASCII. It's just, it wouldn't be worth my time, unfortunately. So, be happy with the stuff I do make, and I won't ever make that. It's just not worth my time, quite frankly. Like, now that this patch is out as an example, it's going to be difficult to make videos out of forts from before this patch because people are going to be expecting siege shenanigans. For a video to start me making money? It depends on how well the video does. That video hasn't done all that well. Most of the hour-long videos, when they hit about the 80 to 90,000 view mark, is when I start to break even. Like, that's when my time starts being worth it. You look like you were in combat with something the way you were running. Weird. I'm sorry, what? I'm getting another Baron? Huh. So there's one traveling here. Exciting. I mean, here's the thing, right? And this is part of the reason why I don't like talking about how successful videos are and why I'm kind of mildly annoyed that this has come up again for like a 5th or 6th stream. It's like a 1 in 3 hit rate where they are worth making initially. Sometimes they don't start to be worth it for 2 years. Sometimes they're worth it right away. It's... At the end of the day, promotion for the Twitch stream, which pays the bills. And so in that sense, they're always worth making. But like what you need to realize is I am one person. I can't afford an editor. And I need to be smart about what I make in the order that I make them. And videos don't just generally gain traction out of nowhere. They usually get, in the first 24 hours, an all-time peak. and this is not 100% true, but like outside of this, you're practically winning the lottery. Within the first 24 hours of the video being out, you see how well that video could do. And then they'll usually either flatten out and stop getting views entirely, or they'll get a slow trickle. And at the rate it's going right now, if it keeps getting a slow trickle, it's gonna take like 8 months to a year before I start making a profit on the amount of time it took me to make that video. So, you know, I will do more videos like that, but my hope for that video was that it would get enough views that I could hire an editor to help me make that type of video. And then try and increase my output, but maybe I should have chosen something that wasn't as well known. Maybe that would have done better. But I kind of hoped that the thing that's well known would attract the widest possible margin of people. And it was a fun experiment. If you go to you can download it in multiple places, V, and it's on the Dwarf Fortress file depot. I think it's probably still on my Google Drive somewhere. I have multiple backups of it, and you can, you know, I have zero attachment to that fort at this point, so I'm not going to talk about, not Boat Murdered. I'm not going to talk about Long Death anymore today. You can go look for it. It exists. We got Stoneworker's Shop. Strange mood happening. There's also a calf there. I've also got a ghost I need to deal with. Who are you? Adil? Yeah, outside of like the Something Awful forums, but then you have to pay to get the old stuff. But yeah, a lot of that stuff's faded away. I'm really happy that the Let's Play archives exist, though. It's really nice. Well, happy to help then, V. No, it's my own fault, Cyberdud, right? Because I talk about stats too much. As that one person in the YouTube comments on my VODs likes to remind me that this guy talks about stats so much, it really ruins the stream. I don't know. People ask me about shop, I talk shop. Life goes on. You go here. Let's get these assigned. It's kind of cool and good to reflect with your standing community. Yeah, no, totally. Don't listen to the haters. I don't know if they're haters. If they were haters, they wouldn't be annoyed at a topic. They obviously enjoy my stuff enough to watch it. So thus they're not a hater. But I don't know, like, I listen to the Jeff Gerstmann podcast. Old fogey talk about video game. I get really goddamn bummed out when he talks shit about types of games that I like. And I usually skip those parts of the podcast. If I was a slightly less mature person, I might go complain in the comments. Why the fuck would I do that, though? I mean, if you feel the need to complain in the comments, thanks for boosting the video. And feedback noted. Because believe it or not, I do try to keep these sections a little bit lessened when stuff does bug somebody. Although sometimes I find it really funny if it's something I talk about a lot and enjoy talking about, and then I just do it more. Oh, geez. Also, speaking of oh, geez, I was using the wrong materials here. I will swap those out with flooring, though. There and there. Feedback is useful, even if it's ignored, I guess. Although, you do mention that it's good for me to address and have dialogue with my standing community. What about the sitting community, though? There has to be a few of you out there, too, right? Threaten to stop listening? Threatening your audience is generally a pretty good way to lose your audience, but okay. I will note. And, although there was one time I was kind of like, yeah, sorry, I'm going to keep doing that. Somebody left a comment. I want to say it was on the Gremlin video where they were like, your narration is very good. The storytelling is superb. Your ability to buttered me up a whole bunch, right? And then followed that with, but stop putting the pictures of your fucking face all over it in your arm. It's just really annoying and ruins the vibe and distracts the fucking hell out of me. I'm like, I think people seem to like it though. It's like kind of what makes them unique. I'm like, well, okay, one person seems annoyed. Everybody else seems to like it. So I think I will listen to the thousands of positive pieces of feedback I've had about that gimmick and ignore the one guy that doesn't like it. Like literally my response was, I'm sorry you feel that way, but everybody else seems to like it. So I'm going to keep doing it. I'm too pretty. I made the commenter nervous. Made them blush. That's funny. Although I did once have some... actually, I did get another kind of similar comment to that once, which was, why are you trying to appeal to Zoomers? This is not content for Zoomers and never will be. Stop making... basically telling me to make slower-paced videos. And I'm like, I don't want to, lose all of my relevancy in the next 5 years. I'd like to maybe last for 10. Bully once said that to you. I'm personally offended by your face. That's the most I'm sorry you feel that way ever. That's really funny. I'm just gonna make some more basalt blocks for that upper wall. Thank you, Diner. I actually got a lot of compliments on my hair in the boat murder video. I also need to check in on that strange mood. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I try to fit in a little bit of, internet slang into all my videos because I think it's funny. That's half of the shit that I do in my videos is stuff that I think is funny. Must have bones. You have bones. Metal bars. Okay. Metal bars. What's after metal bars? Bones. And rough gems. So, if I'm doing something in my videos, it's literally because it's something that I think is amusing. Because half of my editing style is literally just me entertaining myself. And I am many things, but I am not a Zoomer. I'm technically a millennial. I'm on the borderline, but technically a millennial. So, yeah. Although, okay, on the topic of comments, I got a comment once which made me laugh and also, dry up and turn into dust and get kind of mad and then laugh again. So I'm in very quick succession. And it was, this guy looks like a boomer, is probably Gen X, and talks like a Zoomer. That's incredible. That does seem bad. We found one, chat. I think people just confuse Zoomers and then the current 14-year-olds on TikTok. People don't realize that there's a generation after Zoomer nip. I'm seeing dwarves on jabberers. All right. Anybody else ready to get skull fucked? Let's see how this goes. The army is commanded by the pale-telt brute Mete Mirror Plague, the contested obscurity. An ancient, horrible demon escaped from the underworld before the dawn of time. In the first year, Met became the master of the hardy clam jackal. Beware their mounted goblin axeman. You want a doctor? We're probably going to need some doctors, eh? Yeah. Do you want a beard or no beard, Kubo? With them come monstrous siege engineers and maneras from the Dark Goblin Fortress of Evil Parched. I like that it's telling you where they're coming from, because all this information used to still exist. It's just surfacing it to the player now. I'm going to screenshot that. So do you notice something here? They don't want a parlay. You can change that in the settings very easily, Ronan. He's only got 7 kills, eh? Oh, shit. That's actually really fucking scary. Doesn't have powers. Beware its hunger for warm blood. That almost always means they're really mean.
Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness Crypt Vile Force Crypt of Darkness.
They're part of the Horay Seductions. They also brought a battering ram. Okay, so 2 battering rams. It's a twofer. They've got diorite blocks. Great picks. So do you think they're gonna fall for my decoy? That's what I want to know right now. Let's just go up to here and pause these. I'm actually gonna pause a bunch of jobs. So Nixie, thank you very much for the 36th month, and Koton Bliat, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. I can't pronounce that. My bad, but appreciate you all the same. Get inside, dwarves. That's on you, dwarf. If you're going that way, can't help you much. Oh, please. Hold on. I've just gotta plop. I gotta get rid of a ghost. I've got this haunting problem. Please, 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 please. Holy shit, they move slowly. Please, 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 please. It's right there. It's a very good front door. You know you wanna go in the front door. Yes? Mm-hmm. Yes. No. Oh. Okay, fine. Allow me to assist. Hopefully we can at the very least get rid of these guys. Although they might be coming for it. Let's actually pause this lever. Let's see. Or are they both gonna go around it? I just want to know where they're going with the battering rams more than anything. Oh. Oh shit, look at this. They broke all the grates. Oh, oh, please. Oh, please. Come on, buddy. Oh, come on. Coward. And here I thought I was big smart. Ooh, unless they're... Oh, well, a bit late. Maybe they were going for this one? Oh, well. Whoops. You found my booby trap. They're baiting the bait. I mean, they baited it hard enough that I activated it, so... Maybe I screwed up, I don't know. I was entertained, okay? Toasty! A pink gold ram? Yeah, they bring I had, because they're made out of 2 blocks, right? Definitely saw rose, gold, and iron ones. Uh-oh. Game? Okay. Game hitched pretty heavily there for a second. Maybe I should turn the lava off. You know, just like frame rate purposes, right? Where are these idiots at? Hawking around at the speed of ogre. Curious about if there's anybody else particularly skilled or interesting. Hold up. Constable? The goblins have laws? They basically brought their captain of the guard. And my aunt, and their aunt is one of my Marks dwarves. Dude. Now I'm suddenly suspicious of my aunt. Hold on. Of this aunt. Do you think if I interrogate her, do you think she's a rat? This one, right? I wonder. I doubt it. But there's a chance. It could be another kidnapped kid, absolutely. But I want to know. I want to know. There's an ad break coming in 40 seconds. But I'm going to be playing this siege really slowly. Treason punishment is capital treason and it's capital punishment. Okay. Oh, lying is will make them attack you. Something really funny about goblins. Murder is legal, right? So you can run around and just like kill anybody you want in a goblin fortress and they don't really care. But if you announce your name to everybody and they say hello to you, and then you say that you are somebody else seconds later, so then lie about what your name is after they know what your name is, they all attack you. Which is really funny to me. It's one of my favorite, like, weird culture quirks in this game. So close, ADJ. So close, man. Why is there always 5 to 10 dwarves in a very bad mood? Have you seen this place? I mean, we are currently in a housing crisis. Speaking of housing crisis, I'm actually gonna... While we're in this ad break, I'm gonna play some bets. Use my time wisely. But yeah, aside from the housing crisis and the violence, and me focusing on defenses and not taking care of my dwarves, what's the huge red thing? The Goblin Overlord. The Overlord of the Goblins. They can bring... Okay, so all Goblin factions are run by demons from the underworld. In fact, it gave us a little blurbity blurb at the beginning of the fight, which I posted on Discord if you want to see it. But this is a demon. It's basically a forgotten beast, but like a scarier than normal one. I mean, the thing that you need to remember, right, is the vast majority of dwarves are, like, pretty stable and not that upset. Yeah, like, 25 are, like, not in a great mood, but I'm also not being super cautious with who I put in the military. We're doing a lot of fighting. There's a lot of body cleanup. There's skeletons in, like, above ground, like, that are very obvious to everybody. So, you know, it's a pretty vile thing. Speaking of vile thing, they built some very redundant stairs and trees. You know, honestly, I feel like the goblins just really want to build a treehouse, man. Where did that other battering ram go? Oh, there it is. Still moving? Or did it get stuck? I think I got stuck. Well, maybe they'll go back and break that later. Bellinair, thank you much for the raid. What's up, dude? It's been a minute. I hope you've been well. Guys, if you don't know Bellinair, go give Bellinair a follow. It's good people. Speaking of, I have a feeling they're about to dig over my wall. Just a feeling. Well, maybe not. Bellin, have you seen this update? The siege update? There's a reason to have... Where the fuck did the big guy go? There is now officially a reason to have, like, siege engines. And goblins can send their demon overlords. Amongst a whole bunch of other crazy shit. But it's good to hear that you're on an up, mate. They also send religious, or not religious, but people of historical importance. Like, this is the constable who's apparently related to one of my Marks dwarves who I'm currently sending an interrogation for, which they did. Was too afraid to not comply. Also, Rolf, thanks for chucking a 3-month sub at Bellinair. Appreciate you. Thanks for doing that. I presume they're waiting for their slow as hell, idiotic, not very smart ogres. I know that they have layers, but not many wrinkles in their brain. They like building tree houses instead of like ways into my fortress. I wonder if any of them have entered here. Oh shit, am I an idiot? Okay, never mind. I thought I was an idiot for a second there. And also, that... Oh, okay, I can open this. Chat, should I leave the door locked and see if they try to build in, or should I let them enter the front door? Oh, yeah, no, they build things. Here, let me show you. The ogres, although they may have used it. The ogres have great picks, which they can use to dig. And some of the other characters, including ogres, can bring blocks that they use to build. Like, this is a structure that they built right here, which is a way to get through this branches, which is a little bit silly. But they also have, although admittedly they're a little fucky, they have these, which are battering rams. Named jabbers? Oh yeah, no, I mean, anything that attacks you has a name. But the problem is they use the same pathing logic as wagons, which means they're kind of idiots. But there we are. It's a shoddy staircase. Oh, is that why they look like that? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me just go back down into here. Just double check that I didn't open this up. I want to see what they do. Yeah, okay. I'm presuming they'll start to dig at some point. Or try to break this down. Which I'd be totally cool with. That'd be fun. Because they should be able to build over to here or dig up to here. Is there a way to disable them? You'd have to look in the difficulty options, Vakrak. All of the things are in the difficulty options. Like, if you have DF hack, you could just kill the people who bring them. I don't know. But yeah, I would say simply kill whoever brings them with DF hack if it's an actual issue. Is that a ramp? Is this a ramp? Yeah. Or those little points? Those are ramps. Where? All right, ogres, what are you guys doing? They also move in squads. Also, I have to say, us waiting like this is kind of, if you think about it, the proper response to a siege. All right, well, they're making their sweet time. Where's that other ram? This is all drying up. I'm really hoping if this clears, they'll turn around and go for this. I want them to knock that down so badly. I cannot fully describe. Also, I have to name a doctor. Hold up. I think the dwarves are partying. So people were asking when this was going to get played. It's time. How you moved lava? Pumps, yes. Here come the guys with mining capacity. They were taking their sweet time, but they're working their way over. New old song, yeah. You just hear the drums. Hey man, they're just hyping themselves up. They're just getting ready, you know? They're pre-gaming. Got to stay properly intoxicated for the actual siege fight, right? They deconstructed a wall to get in when you tried this last night? Gotcha. Oh, he's building. I think. I think he's building. Oopsies. Nope. Okay, they're digging. Or they're building. You see those picks? That means they're building, or digging, alternatively. Okay. Unless they're going down. So one of them is digging on this level, or doing something on this level. One of them is doing something on this level. I mean, I could dump one over the walls, if I wanted. You know what I can do, though? Is I could go over here. fortify these. And I could go here. Build a ballista. Oh, I don't have any ballista parts. Damn it. I could build a... Well, I can still fortify these. I don't know. So the goblins are currently trying to build into my fortress. I guess they're going to bash through this. It's going to be the result here. Astron, I think that your question's about to be answered pretty flawlessly in a moment here. I'm starting to see the frame rate hit when they start building stuff. Because I'm down to 8 frames a second now. Okay, hold up. Let's pause. I'm going to open this gate now and see if that changes what they do. Like, because I want to know if they're, like, completely fixated on where they're trying to get to at the moment. Yeah, I haven't changed anything. I will leave everything on default until I've seen what the default looks like. Okay, frame rate went to 0. Or 1, rather. Not 0. Because this is my first seeing a siege of this scale, right? How many years is this fort? No, it's not 88 years. This is like year 6 or something. I think I want to say we started in the year 182. The door hasn't been opened yet, Romanoid. I'm presuming they'll figure it out. I think the ogres are still building. Let's go down a layer and see. Actually, let me test something. I have a theory. Nope. No, that wasn't it. I was thinking maybe they couldn't path around the Overlord, but... I mean, it's still running, so we'll play this out and see where we go. Oh, people were saying that the rams were causing problems, right? I'm gonna do a quick save. I'm gonna exterminate. Well, I could exterminate them or I could teleport them. Let's just exterminate them and see what this does. Because they're not gonna make it to the fort anyway. Because that's been like what I've seen reported the most is that if this fixes it, then we'll keep going. If it doesn't, I'll reload. It didn't. We're at about 4 to 8 FPS. Yeah, 4 FPS. Okay, sure. We'll reload. Let's give it a sec. Check fire, even 10 tiles are decreasing FPS? I highly doubt that, based on what I've been watching. But I could try it. I could do a exterminate, or not exterminate, extinguish. All. Nope. Not fire. Arga, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. No, it's not. I mean, it wasn't the battering rams. It wasn't the battering rams. I mean, it's moving, right? It's not like we're at 0. Like, we're at 3 FPS right now, which is okay. 4 FPS, actually. As long as stuff's still moving. I've had forts that I've, like, had run slower that I made run slower intentionally, so. Devil Dawn! Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Enable time stream. How about I disable YouTube chat? I will not use time stream, thank you. My goal is to test to try and figure out the solution, not enable a thing that will ignore a possible solution and break other things that are unrelated. No, I don't think that, you know, when trying to find bugs, enabling a setting that causes more bugs is generally a bit of a redundant task. I exterminated them and it didn't help, Vukruk, so I don't think it's the RAM. If it was the RAM, exterminating them would have fixed the FPS. Also, my CPU isn't even maxed out right now. Did the lower drawbridge just open? No, it's not open yet. I literally pulled the lever and the frame rate went down. Nobody's pulled that yet. See? Child is still set to pull it. I mean, I could try disabling pulling it, but I don't think that would do much. Multi-threading has not been turned off since it was added to the video game, with the exception of the one day when it was crashing the game. But it wouldn't be line of sight. No, I'm pretty sure this is pathing. This feels like pathing. Although the frame rate just doubled. We're at 6 now. Although I don't believe it. It doesn't feel like it. I mean, honestly, like, a time freeze bomb is a pretty big hell of a boost for them, let's be honest. Could be the troll guys building stuff. I think, here's my theory as to what's happening here. Is they're trying to build through my floor from underneath and can't. Because there's an overhang here. Until you finally killed the goblins with the battering ram? Sure. I think that this is a video game that has a lot of unique circumstances, and I don't think that's the problem, because I already tried killing them. That is exactly what I'm trying to do, Pedro Horst. You had 2 rams. Yep, I killed one of them. One of them died to lava. They use the new behaviors, but they don't bring stuff to build with. They might if they, for some reason, had, what do you call it? If they for some... Actually, hold on. Let me test something. Let me test something. Because I can still pause the game, so that's a good sign. Let's deconstruct that. Nope, wasn't that. I was thinking maybe they were trying to dig and couldn't dig. Yeah, I'm convinced it's just this. They're trying to path up here. But then wouldn't they just build there? I mean, don't you have a... I mean, they have plenty of blocks left. It's like, this ain't open, right? This isn't very good news for your potato PC. Here's the thing, right? This is something I used to say back in the day, Malat, which is Dwarf Fortress runs well on everything, but doesn't run well on anything. Will run on anything, but doesn't run well on anything. Which means if I'm running into a problem on my computer, everybody will run into the problem on their computer. If you want a really slow computer, find something that make your FPS go to 0. Mine will do the exact same thing. It doesn't matter how big your computer is. No, this is just news for the development team that they need to find a solution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Game freeze, and I'll send this to Putnam after stream. And I'm going to turn on Fast Dwarf and let a dwarf go and pull that lever rather than enabling time strain, because Fast Dwarf does less in the way of breaking the game, physics-wise. And see if that fixes it. Oh, not O2. What am I doing? Oh, nope, never mind, it worked. You could randomly plug Tarn. I'm sure somebody could, but please don't stalk developers home to bug them about their video game. Or just send them an email. It's much better. That's not going to matter, Vakruk. Like, if you want to continue obsessing over the RAM, go nuts. I don't think it's the RAM. Okay? Oopsies. Please have a little bit of faith in my ability to discern what's causing the game to lag while we try and figure this out. Also, actually, is that drawbridge open? May not have opened yet. What? Why is there smoke in here? The fuck? No, that's not true. Pouting done. Definitely a GPU, though. Chat's on to something here. I'll let you guys keep cooking, though. I do want to know where that smoke came from, though. That's fascinating. No, those are from my road. Literally just waiting for this to be opened. Because the lever's been pulled. Which is why I don't believe it's actually 3 FPS. Sneakers abound? Maybe. It is entirely possible, and... Remember I said it's entirely possible? Okay, so where? Oh, some goblin. Got it. Let me just double check that that lever's been pulled. Yeah, it's been pulled. Cavern Invader feels, yeah, actually kind of a similar vibe. Yeah, no, okay, it was the drawbridge. Lack of pathing options. That's literally what it was. I'm back up to 40 FPS already. I'm just gonna turn all these on.
Wow, 2 years. Been a fun time. New job makes it hard to catch streams now. How is the new patch?
I mean, now they're breaking in. What? Okay, well, they figured it out. What changed? My door opened. So something is trying to take... Okay, so these guys are trying to get in here. Something, it could be the battering ram for all we freaking know, is trying to get into here to break down this. But now that the door is open, the frame rate's back. Although, actually, hold on. Am I just a complete idiot? No, okay. I don't think one of my dwarves was trying to path out, so hopefully it's not me, but... Regardless, shit's about to pop off. Because they are breaking into the fort right now. Wait, what? Okay, that's amazing. They just, like... abandoned they're like, oh, hey, shit, there's another way in. Well, that's really funny. Well, let's see what they do, okay? Well, I'll just leave that there for right now. And follow this. You know, being called binned is kind of funny. It's like, why'd you throw me in the bin? What did I do? Okay, it's time for some blat. Boop. Okay. So far, so good. Let me send one of my Marksdwarf squads down to this lower basement level, which is down here. There goes the catapults, which are the little sparkles that go flying out of the boulders. They're reloading them at the moment. And there they go again. Yeah, it's mostly these guys getting smashed by basalt boulders. The spinning basalt strikes the blind cave ogre. Blind cave ogres are not very good at dodging, are they? Okay, you've got a great pick. Now, I wonder, what happens if I pull this again and close it? I'm gonna snooze this ad, because I don't want to pause. But there was an ad that was about to pop. Dead doggy as. We got plenty. It's fine. Dumb doggy. Or maybe it's smart doggy. It's playing bait. It's trying to bait the witch. And then this guy's hanging back, trying to be smart. Which means I should fire at will these guys again. Oh, come on. Well, this guy's doing something. Okay, so now it's closed again. The remaining goblins down in the lower level are just getting turned into pin cushions. But I want to see how they try to get into the fort now that they've broken the floor. Because this is pretty effective. Except you are following down in now. Interesting. Okay, they don't have a way in through here. Are you going to try and dig in? I mean, all of the ogres are dead to my knowledge. And we hit the demon with something. Got hit by a bunch of bolts, it looks like. But the gate is shut. Why would you... they might be trying to go through this way, too. I know some of the goblins can bring picks. And some of them have picks. Have they done the thing with those... Have I done a thing about the stairs? No. They stopped with the stairs, but we do have a squad defending over there. There's still Mineras above ground, and there's a Jabberer running away in fear. Well, let's see what this master can do. I mean, that's my theorizing. The obsidian themselves would be about the same. I'm starting to look like I've got some wild lighting. I need to close my blinds. And there he goes. He's not going to live very long if he does this. I do have to say, I am very curious about that. I'm going to go fix my lighting for a second. Mostly because there's a bright light shining. My eye hurts. All right. There we go. That's better. All right. So where's this ambush coming from then? Whoopsies. It's just more outside? Well, they could be going for God knows what then. Oh shit. And I missed the death of it? Well, we have to put this thing's body on a pedestal, that's for sure. Inside smeared out in a spiral. Which one of you got it, though? Hold on. Let me find the master and see what the last thing that it did was. Even my Baroness is fighting. There it is. Flying silver bolt. Okay, well, that's not too helpful. Killed a Grey Langer once. Killed an elf. There's not too many to go through, actually. And also, there's the question of to mount heads on spikes. I think there's a mod. I know there's a mod for that. 3 goblins, 2 goblins, 1 goblin. You know, okay, actually, that's kind of fitting. That's kind of fitting. Like, that my Baroness was the one who got it. I do kind of have to salute that. I do kind of have to salute that. I think the fire speed of bolt throwers should be cut in a third. Just gotta say. I feel like they shoot too fast. She did indeed do her part, yeah. But the real question is, where's the rest of them? How many more do we still have to deal with? So there's still more coming in. Allegedly. These guys appear to be doing a soft regroup, because this whole squad is now dead. Crew service bolt launcher. I mean, if anybody's going to use, like, if anybody's going to do a tool-assisted speed run of destroying a noble, it's going to be the noble. I mean, come on. Wait, what? I was just seeing blood appear. Like they were fighting amongst each other, but... Did you just get hit by a bolt? Oh, no, they must have ripped it out. They must have had a bolt... Oh, that or the dog collided with them. What are the creatures with 4 arms? Those are Mineras. They're 3rd level cavern critters. A 5th and max 30 bolts. I mean... If it's a 5th, it would be 25 bolts, right? But I really like the bolt throwers. I think they're just a bit too strong. They are a little silly. I mean, I've seen people talking about using like bone bolts and taking out entire armies by blinking. Like, seems the sieges are very long. Oh, this wouldn't have been very long if the game hadn't gone to 1 frame a second. Once they're done regrouping, they're like actually pretty efficient. Uh-oh, shit. What are you doing down here? Well, I mean, oops. Yeah, they're Mineras. So you could make a catapult railgun? I mean, you can't stack them on top of each other, but you could stack them vertically. But you can't put them all one on top of each other, if that's what you're asking. They do also friendly fire, so like you can't hit each other with them. G'day, Ratus. We killed a demon, and this dwarf is showing their lack of brain capacity. Although their niece died, so maybe that's why. Maybe they're overcome by grief of the death of their niece and have decided to prove their strength in combat using primarily copper bolts. Although once you run out of ammo, I guess this is going to be a matter of running, right? All right, so they finished firing, and now you're moving in the direction that is dumb. But you know what? Let's see how it goes. We've got absolutely stupid dwarf charging directly through the goblin armies to go get some more ammunition. They're going to go to the one unforbidden bolt that's somewhere on the surface. Oh, probably over there, right? Nope. Okay, fine. Maybe those? Nope. Okay, fine. Okay, well, you got them. No, you didn't. You gave up. You're actually going to go... You decided you're going to go to the hospital instead. Honestly, probably not a bad idea. Oh, no, never mind. You're now going to go get bolts instead. Well, that's also very smart of you. Very good. Very good. Very good. Then you've decided now you're going to go... Okay, now you're going to go patrol again. This dwarf just... I think they forgot to take their meds, chat. I'm going to use these stairs that these goblins made. I'm sure this isn't the smartest thing. But we're going to surprise them. From behind. And let that dwarf back in. Because there's still goblins and Mineras and things on the map, and they're trying to leave. Bolts are being fired at them. Ballistas are being fired... Oh. I am out of ballista arrows, I think, actually. I need to make more ballista arrows. Is this in the burrow? Oh, I see the problem, probably. Oops. Things that are guaranteed to be in my fort. There we go. Assemble the adamantine ballista arrows. I mean, maybe steel or iron. We killed him. He was getting annoying to deal with, so we killed him. No name. The frame rate's fine right now for anybody wondering. Also, I love the fact that my Baroness Feminoir is actively doing her own demands. I love it when they do that. Oh, come on. Cowards. Okay, fine. Fuck it. I'll just open the front door then. Because this is all sitting still. Sitting, waiting, ready. Oh, maybe we're not out of ammo. So when this opens down here, I'm just going to send the military out. We're going to go find them. There it goes. And here we go. Dwarves are firing all the bolts that they have left. Not seeing anything down in the tunnel. Apparently there's about 3... Oh, shit. Never mind. Hold up. There was another battering ram? I am so confused. There was 3 battering rams. And they also just dropped... Well, this guy just dropped his weapon. Mostly because he's injured. He got a bolt to the hand. Here's the thing about this update that I was saying earlier. I have zero expectations of this update actually making the game much harder. All of my expectations are based on I'm expecting this update to make it more varied. So there's still things stealthed. So I'm going to send... Actually, let's send this bottom squad. You can go back to wherever you were before. These two squads are going to run down here. Send them up here. What even are rams? A male sheep? I'm real curious. What is the thing that's left? What's up with the lava funnel? It's how I burn things that I don't like. Also, Big Bang, thank you very much for the 17 months, and Hematite, thank you very much for the brand new Prime. Appreciate you. Okay, hold on. Apparently there's 2 goblins on the map. Somewhere. So they must be stealth. Where could they be, though? Huh? Oh no, a dwarf's been missing for a week. Oh well. Let's just go down to here. Could very well be something in here that I haven't seen. Maybe the missing dwarf explains the random smoke. Yeah, I have no idea. That's still, like, perplexing to me. That's, like, the most perplexing thing that's happened in here was the random smoke. Okay, well... I'm just going to reveal hidden units, because I'm curious. Okay. Could it be the battering ram, maybe? Maybe 2 of them... Okay, I have a really dumb theory. The doors are coming here as quickly as they can. I have a really dumb theory. I think it's possible for a battering ram to be stealthed. A very sneaky battering ram. Can I build on top of you, maybe? Let's just go open the front door, because I'm convinced that the siege is done now. Let's turn the burrow off. Wouldn't that just be a fallen tree? No, I'm trying to figure out why the siege icon is still here. They're hiding in the ram. Oh, is this like a Trojan horse? The siege tends to stay active if the battering ram doesn't get destroyed. Oh, that's fascinating. Battering rams are fucky. Everything else about it's really cool. I maintain that. Yeah, no, that's happened every other time too, but I've heard reports of them not getting destroyed, right? Okay, so building on top of it destroys it. But now I have some free bismuth and some free iron. That's kind of cool. Check inside? Inside what? What thing did you want me to check? Trojan ram? What about some Trojan wham? I mean, it's just got gems inside. But I can't click it. They aren't clickable. Turns out a battering ram is coded as a creature with no legs that does extra damage to walls and doors. Uh-huh. I know, honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. Like, generally, I would say that I quite like this update, but the battering rams feel a little underbaked. Everything else about it seems, like, totally fine, though. Although, in a world where we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, that's actually not that bad of a rate, you know? Like, that's pretty good, considering how much has changed here. Actually, somebody suggested something, so let me try this. Nobody does this. Okay, no, it doesn't cancel the currently running jobs. And I don't think this is a cancelable job in here. Oh, no, it is. Ooh. So I guess you could literally just do nobody does this, but then they wouldn't reload them, so. You could do nobody does this and then cancel them all in there, but. I'm not a huge fan of having to go through and individually turn these off one at a time, but in order for them to be properly maintained, you kind of have to. I'm just going to open a space back here. This is going to be the tomb for the overlords. I think it's pretty great. Like, a lot of just about everything they've added. All of the changes to siege equipment is great. All of the like the new bolt throwers are great, albeit a bit too strong. It's just the rams. They've always all either needed to leave the map or die, yeah. Crin. Wait, it would be kind of wild, though. Is that a hypothesis, by the way, about Rams open sprocket, or is that, like, actually accurate? Because if that's accurate, isn't that technically a multi-tile creature? Because if that's just you spitballing, then, yeah, that's one thing, but... They decline, they never attack, they just sit there. Oh, hey, that bug's back? Bad Quanta? Oh, that's funny. Because that was a bug. When all that stuff was first added, but... Oh, shit. You know... Okay, so this isn't a spike. But I'm going to put the demon's body up here. And then fortify these walls. Yeah. I mean, you are watching a Dwarf Fortress stream right now, Pixel Fox, and you just said it. So that is true. You remember the siege tag disappeared as soon as they decided to run away? I'm pretty sure since Premium, the siege tag would disappear when they all left. Although, actually, let me try something. Exterminate. It claims that there's still 2 goblins on the map. Okay, actually, hold on. Retrieve units. Okay, that's 2 fire imps. I'm gonna try this. Exterminate goblin. Okay, so somewhere, but I did like reveal hidden units, which should de-stealth them. Check north of the tunnel. I told the dwarves to scout back and forth past there several times. I don't know, but that fixed it, so. Weird? Stuck in a wall next to a ramp that happened to you earlier. It's like when the wagons turn and it looks like the horse is stuck in the wall. That's amusing. I'm just gonna fill this in with a wall, actually. I'm gonna double this wall up. I wanted this to be a singular wall. Well, let's just double it up. You don't think stealth units can siege, though? Oh, they can. Trust me, they can. Battering rams or battle wagons? Basically, yes. That being said, they should just bring wagons, because that would be cool. Bring wagons full of bricks. Come at me, gobs. Prove you have wagon technology. Cowards. Alright, well, let's get some stuff melted down, I think, is the order of ops here. I don't know, 50. I don't actually know how many meltable objects I have, but it's got to be a few. Let's also go down to here real quick and just take a quickie peek. You. Okay, I need some more tombs. Rock coffin, 30. Let's actually just set the materials so they're consistent. Let's not go for basalt, though. Let's go for obsidian. Let's make obsidian coffins. And let's see if I can get some more bedrooms made. Or, not let's see. Let's make some more bedrooms. Next update, fire arrows. I think we need to wait for the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC for that. Ooh, let's make some pink houses. Who doesn't want some pink houses? And then what I'm going to do is this. Let's do walls all the way across there, all the way up to there. And then we'll do basalt flooring back here. And let's just plop in some flooring on this side because I know I can. Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. But, like, I don't know. I've been accused of giving Dwarf Fortress too much credit in the past, which is, I don't know, fair, I guess. I think I do, actually, to be completely honest. But at the same time, this is a really big mechanical update. And if you look at Dwarf Fortress's historical track record of, like, post-patch issues, one of the new things being kind of buggy is pretty good, because that means that that's all they need to focus on fixing. And that's a good sign, if you ask me. And I fixed my lighting again. So, that's all I have to say about that. I do honestly think that that is a pretty good spot for the game to be. How do you get a dwarf named? We have a redemption here on the Twitch side. On the YouTube side, you just gotta get lucky for when I'm feeling generous, but it's not a dwarf, but how about Max? Eh? I wanted to be like Ballsy Lista. ISDA, there you go. You got a Blista. But if you want to get a dwarf named, you kind of got to get lucky. Or pop over onto Twitch and then grab the redemption when it's up. Wagon full of gunpowder. Wagon full of very high ABV alcohol and a barrel full of lava. Like that time that I figured out that you could pick up lava and put it in your pocket as an adventurer. If there's lava in not liquid form, but if it's in a container, you can put it in your backpack in adventure mode. It does set you on fire, but even if your backpack is made of adamantine, you still melt. Which is sad, I guess. Pocket sand? I mean, hey, pocket lava much more intense than pocket sand. Let's be real here. We are the people that celebrated the murderous cart bugs are fun. True. Bugs are fun. Well, I think fun that causes bugs that cause hysterical outcomes are fun. Bugs that just, like, make the game run bad kind of suck. But, I don't know. I have a feeling there will be another patch in the next couple of days. I'd be willing to bet that they are just working away at everything that's getting reported. I haven't been looking too closely at the Kit Fox Discord because I was at a concert the past few days, but I'm under the assumption that they're just plucking away at stuff, so. Yeah, let's just do walls. Actually, I could literally just do that and just go here, go there. Whoops, there. Kind of screwed that up. That's not what I wanted to do, but oh well. I'll fix it. That would make my game crash eventually, like the audio memory overload. That one's a fun story. That one made for some fun stories, at the very least. And Goat Swarm will have a legacy for the rest of their life. Goat Swarm being a member of the chat. Let's go here. For those of you who don't know, there was a memory bug in Adventure Mode Beta that would make, if you specifically crossed a mountain range, goat noises would slowly get louder until the game crashed. Which sucks by every definition of the word, but is very funny to tell stories about. As much as it sucked. I'll fear the ominous goat. How you doing, Ledren? Let's do collect sand. Groggy? Oof. Come on, Hondo. Just make 100 sand cabinets. Glass cabinets. Green. Glass cabinet. I mean, it was literally just like an audio overload bug, right? Let's do copper bars. Rather not copper. Let's do some silver warhammers. Just 10 of them. And check that strange mood. Uh-oh. We may or may not have lost a strange mood. Oh, that's interesting. Is being a siege operator not martial training? Huh. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Also, I must have missed something because... Oh, I have to make socks on order, apparently. I must have missed something because there's a dwarf in prison. Melt a metal object. Let's turn that number up. An ordinary steel great axe or an artifact copper maul. How heavy is copper? I never really thought about copper as like... That's a good question, actually. Chat, how heavy is copper? I mean, pretty heavy, I think, but... So you said... So it's 53 for copper. 47. I think... Okay, I mean... So according to this, just looking at it, copper is heavier than steel. I'd go for the battle axe. Although, actually, can dwarves even wield great axes? Unless this is a human. Can dwarves wield great axes? I think. Hold on. Or am I confusing that with great swords? Because they're called battle axes for dwarves. Yeah. That's a human? Okay. I don't know, I go for the great axe. Personally. It's kind of cool that you have an artifact copper maul, though. This is going to be for a different kind of stone. It's going to be for economic, because I don't actually have a stockpile for that at the moment. And I'm going to make an economic stockpile for it right there. We're going to be in an ad break in a minute here. I'm just going to let that run when it hits. Yeah, I hope you guys don't think I'm giving Dwarf Fort too much credit here, but... It does suck, though. Like, kind of a lot. I wish that bug wasn't there, but... It seems like something that'll be pretty easy to sort. In density between close Torion and lead, 9 times more heavy than water. Well, that's good. Well, the artifact would get an accuracy bonus. That's what artifacts get. They get an accuracy bonus. How'd the Demon Siege go? It got really laggy for a minute there. And what solved the lag was opening up the door to the fort. However, after the siege was over and everything was dead and we killed everything, what's the word I'm looking for here? After everything was over and we'd killed everything, 2 goblins remained on the map, and I had to exterminate them, which is, like, not optimal. Well, that's unfortunate. If he... Maybe it's a body part. But thankfully, because I do find this kind of cool, one of my baronesses operating a bolt thrower killed the demon overlord. Which is pretty awesome, if you ask me. What the heck? They're literally right there. A bugger? Ah, bugger. It's not forbidden. And it's literally his rotten corpse, so it should be in the corpses screen. Can I not put it on a thing? We'll be sad if I can't. Also, who took over the goblins? They have to know by now. So it's now some thief who's in charge of that goblin faction? Huh. Okay. Sure. Another bigger goblin? I mean, that guy was pretty big. I don't know. I mean, he was literally this. I was gonna forbid his corpse so he doesn't get thrown out. Figure out what I can do with it later. The dwarven child withdraws from society. We've got another artifact starting. Let's see what kiddo here does. What's up, Quack? The kids actually aren't that bad. There's like 2 or 3 that are really pissed off and the rest are all fine. It's mostly my soldiers and the adults that like work in siege engines. I think I need to increase my farming capacity. Yeah. I finally hit the point where where I'm not able to produce enough stuff with just these 2 farms, so let's make a bigger one. Even if it's kind of ugly. Oh. Is what a good thing? Sorry, I've said a lot of things in the last few minutes. This is actually, I think, my favorite thing that they've added in this patch, which is this new text here. The army is... So this is the humans that are attacking me. They want to parley. The army is commanded by the Sparrow Woman Sinnoh Justice Reason, a competent commander. And in the late autumn of 187, Sinnoh struck down the goblin Burr, breach jackals with an iron warhammer in Warmachines. Wait, what? Oh, you attacked me the last time as well. Oh, that's cool. So, like, a year ago, this person was part of this squad and killed a random goblin thief who was here. Yeah, no, Burr was a thief that was trying to steal one of my kids during the human invasion. Well, that's cool. I like that. Big fan of that. Oh. Huh? Wonder if that was from the previous scene. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, well, we got more... Holy shit, Axe Lords? With Halberds? We've got skunk people with Halberds? Wait, what? They're cutting down trees? I doubt it. Doesn't look like it. No, I cut down these trees. Be crazy if they were, though. That is a lot of battering rams. Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as I see this update right now, it's like, in its current spot, it's really good, but there's one or two pretty big... Well, okay, the game just crashed. Give me a sec. Un momente, please. What a great time to update DF Hack. And did DF Hack even get updated? I don't know. Okay, it did. Thankfully, like, the season had only just rolled over, so. That was literally me hitting the jobs screen. I hit J on the keyboard and the game crashed. I'll have to save that crash log. The update is very good. Or the content, the goal of this update is very good. There are some issues that will hopefully be ironed out soon. That's where I sit with this update. All right, so let's unpause the game again. Happiest unnamed unbearded dwarf for Elfie. Okay. Elfie redeeming a dwarf. Would you look at that? Happy that. Do you have any preference of job, or is it just happiest? Also, thank you very much to the 250 of you still watching here on Twitch and the 230 of you on the YouTube side. Ooh, they actually showed up in a different spot. That's interesting. Regardless of the for its issues, it's nice to have a much bigger crowd than I've had as of late. So thank you. And well, they're back. And it's the same person. That's something that I was really curious to see, because if they were to bring the same commander, like, you know how sometimes with other events, if like this means that they're straight up, they are directly playing from Legends, which is more so than they've done in the past, because in previous versions, if you got attacked by a Forgotten Beast and the game was closed for some reason without saving and you reload, a different Forgotten Beast would show up. So that's actually really cool. They are sending the game's already decided they're going to send these guys, and it's going to have that outcome. I also really like how they appear on the map now. That's maybe one of my favorite things about this. Is how they wander in. There is a way up there for them. They could also get up this way, maybe? Maybe, like, flat deserts are the best way to see these sieges. Alright. Also, fuck, they've got Hammerlords? Oh my god. Okay, well, let's name Elfie, and then I'll save. Do you want the child Elfie, or do you want the Spear Dwarf Monster Hunter? Or do you want the Siege Engineer? Siege Operator. Gotta make a field of battle. Yeah, I suppose. Could name a fortress Battlefield. I think that's a unique name. I don't think anyone's done that before. You want the Monster Hunt? I have to admit that this might be the laziest person in the fort, but okay. Elfie Bean can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Is not particularly moved by art or natural beauty, and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And she often feels lustful and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often acts with compassion. She tends to be passive in discussions and does not often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is stubborn. She does not often feel envious of others. She could be considered rude, and though she finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable, at least in the abstract, she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and is a friendly individual and thinks that she is fairly important to the grand scheme of things and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering skill, and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Likes chalk, bismuth, bronze, and black pyrope, as well as crystal glass, giant warthog hoof, coral, boots, floodgates, and figurines, and saltwater crocodiles for their strength, in the words of the Bride of Reasoning, and the sound of the sienna musics, and the sight of the beige silkiness euphoria. And when possible, prefers to consume carambola wine, and absolutely hates slugs. Quick save. You gotta get the redemption on Twitch, Far Red Dragon. But, here, I'll give you a window. Well, actually, here, let's do this. I can tell you right now that Blackfire opals look dope. You also have quite a few family members in the fort. Even though you don't live here, or even though you're not like a citizen of this fortress, you do actually have quite a few family members who live in the fort. In fact, you're a member of the Basement of Spires, so you're part of the same faction. You're just a treasure hunter slash monster hunter of this faction. So let's just locketh the dwarfeth insideth. And, I'm actually just gonna pause every task. Except for maybe the slaughter an animal. Keep the green glass cabinet. No, don't keep the green glass cabinet. It's going. I'm gonna try closing both the doors again and see if it breaks the frame rate again. And if there's anybody outside, well, found one. I was gonna say, if there's anybody inside, well, I'll try and let them in, but. You know, why don't we leave the door open? Why don't we do it that way? Ficod, being the rightful heir, has inherited... Ficod Wealth Lances, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Paint Vises. Okay. Cool. Space Potatoes Unite. Thanks for the 5-pack. I saw right through you. I mean, I got the joke of your name and added a little bit on top. But the Space Potatoes, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. We have completely cleared the daily minimum for like the next week and a half, but I do very much appreciate you guys firing some additions on top of it. Let's see what they do. So they do go back and grab the battering rams from the looks of things. After polite discussion with the local rivals, Triest has claimed the position of King of the Sacrificial Rocks. Oh. I think my king just died, chat. You know, because you could physically do that right now, I feel like that's maybe like a scary thing to actually joke about. Because have you ever been hit in the head with a loony? I haven't, but I'm sure it would hurt. Great. Although he is in my military, so... What squad? Oh, they booted him out of the military. Well, that's fine. It's Dominok is my queen. Would you look at that? Lol, indeed. So hold on. Let me go to news and rumors. The goblins are actively invading my 2 mountain homes. So it is entirely plausible and in fact likely that in one of these fights, my king just died. So, long live the king? Great. That's all I really have to say. Yay. Let's just leave the game paused for a hot second here, and I'm just going to place some cabinets. For dwarves with extra clothing. Let's see what they do. I mean, the siege is probably still ongoing, but... And also, Eurus the Dwarven child withdraws from society. What? Oh, is that what you grabbed? Okay, good luck, kiddo. A siege operator was found dead, reason dehydrated. Oh. I guess we never did finish that. Strange mood. Hold on. What was your name and can I get you a coffin? Sazir? Did the small fort end? Yeah, I ended it. If you type an exclamation point last fort, it'll tell you what happened. Or give you the TLDR at the very least. Is every single one of these rams stuck? You know what I think they need? Quite literally need the ability to dig the rams out. That does also very much reconfirm to me that things that can be multi-tiles are a bad thing in games like this. But like the way I would want to see them do, like I don't even know if this is possible in the game. Another way that they could do it, if this is possible, is they could bring the ram right up in front and then build it and then attack a thing. Like if it wasn't a moving thing, if they just needed 2 bricks to make a ram. They could cut down the trees for the ram, yeah. That's another thing they could do. Although maybe it's the elves. Holy shit, this is a big siege. All right, kid, what have you grabbed? Grabbing boulders? Good luck. I also need, actually... I need more bolts. I only have 800 extras. It's actually not that many. To free the ram? I mean, I don't think elves bring rams. I'm pretty sure elves don't have access to those. I think that elves just attack more cautiously now. Like, hold on. Let me try something, chat. I'm going to use some DF hack shenanigans here real quick. Just need to look around in here for a sec. Okay. Chat, are you guys all right with me using DFHack to try and make this work? To see if they can attack me? Because what I can do is I can use a dig now command. Right here. Okay, so let's go here. 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 This is also going to make a bunch of trees cave in, so here, here. Gonna use some magic powers. Okay. Dig now. Oh. Turns out it doesn't work when there's trees there, so thankfully I can fix this. But yeah, no, this is just reconfirming my desire to see these guys patched. That's all this is really doing. What? I guess I can't dig underneath trees. Well, okay. I'll do it this way then. I'll do it this way. If you insist, game. Let's just see if this makes them move. Basically, I need them to get here. Let's try that. Bloody trees getting in the way, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where these rams are trying to get to. How about I do this? Let's go back to that save file before I started fucking around with things to see if I could make it work. So, when we're currently not fighting with them, I could do what Vivid Knights just suggested. Which is, you know, we're not fighting yet. Hold on, guys. Let me give your rams here some assistance, yeah? So everybody with a woodcutter's license, get out of the burrow. Everybody else get into the burrow. All farmers, right? Like you. Get out. And we'll just set the one. There you go. Let's see how this goes. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Is a tree collapses and kills a bunch of them. You can do that, Stimmy, if you set them to off-duty, and they are using the same axe as their own personal axe in their uniform that they happened to have equipped. Equipped. So you can do that. I've made it work. Same with, what are they called? Same with, not axes. Same with the other thing. I've never tried it with hunters. Uh-oh. I was worried about that. You good there, bud? Okay, you're gonna go clean yourself. All right, well, that's fair, I suppose. Who's somebody else who's in this? Let's say... Light test. It's found dead, dehydrated. Oh, yeah, I need to give you a coffin again. Was this before I got the king? Yeah, okay, so this was before I got the king, too. Shit. Oh, well. We'll have another opportunity, I'm sure. Also, I get to find out if that happens again. But pickaxes, I made it work, yes. Pickaxes, I have also made it work. Hunters might be weird, because hunters have different ammo assignments. At least give them fast dwarf? No, I'm gonna try and not cheat. I cheat to test things. But I try to not cheat outside of it, testing things. Siege operator withdraws from society. And claims a magma fort. Well, that's gonna be a cooler artifact at the very least. Grabbing sterling silver bars. Persimmon wood logs. Whatever the fuck you're grabbing next. Cloth. The dwarf is taking a really fun... Oh, I see. I was like, why are you going down the stairs to fell trees? Excuse me? If they're off duty and you give them an order, they immediately drop whatever civilian weapon they're holding? I didn't have that experience the last time I was using... what are they called? Miners, or picks as weapons, but... Maybe. I don't know. But the last time I was doing that, it didn't affect the picks. And then one layer up here. Let's do this. Oopsies. No. Not gather plants. Then we're going to do this. Just waiting for that to happen again. Let's also get some of my miners out of here to go help with this. Man, I feel so dumb right now. I feel it's like I'm helping the enemy, you know? The siege operators made a stirring silver bucket. Chat, is hostility turned off? No, they want a parlay, which means I have 3 months before they just attack me. So I'm trying to set up a way in for their battering rams before that time is up, is what I'm trying to do. Turns out that's difficult. But we're also, like, caving trees in. So the reason the trees are caving in is because burnt trees just collapse in funky ways. And I'm trying, well, okay. We're trying to use elven technology to cave trees in on their heads, okay? This is not an even remotely dwarfy thing to do, but are all of my miners sleeping? Let's just do this. It also seems like goblins don't ask for parlays anymore. Maybe I'm going crazy, but... I didn't close the door, did I? Ah, whatever. I'm sure somebody will come sort it out. I'm in an ad break at the moment. I must have closed the frickin' door, didn't I? No, I didn't. Door's open. You simply serve a higher purpose, duty to Armok, something along those lines, yes. Oh, out of unrotten leaves or fruits. Did I not? I did not. Thought I did. It must have been when the game crashed. I could actually just open this up and go gather fruits from out here. But also just haven't done that yet. Okay, now somebody's decided to go do the job I wanted them to do. Perfect. That would take a little while. Well, I do have emergency funds, but I appreciate the sentiment, by the way, Nithil, in YouTube chat. All right, well, at least we're getting what we need done. Let's just get this end done. And get all this dug up, because this is probably all I need, realistically. Is anybody felling trees? You are. There you go. Is this cheating? I always feel like I'm, like, whenever I do silly things when there's a parlay happening, I always feel like I'm cheating. Also, I feel like this is a pretty small change they can make to parlays that would make me like them a lot more. If they told me what they wanted first, I think I would be a lot more likely to accept the parlay. You know? Like if they were like, we're seeking a parlay for bleh, this item. I think I'd be more likely to accept it. Cheating to assist the bad guy. You know, actually, sorry, I no longer feel like I'm cheating. Why is there a flying tree? Uh-oh. All right, we'll just ignore that, because chopping that down is going to kill somebody. Terrifying. It's always an artifact, yeah. Well, unless that's been changed, actually. That could have been changed. But historically, it was always an artifact. Okay, so by wagon rules, if I dig up this, they should be able to get from here, along here, to here, to here, to here, to here. From here, up here, up here. I think I was going to use this originally. That should be good. Oh, you mean like the thing that would tell you the route? I think there's a DF hack command for it, but no, it's not in the vanilla game. Which is still something that kind of bums me out. There's very few features from old DF that I miss. That is one of them. And the leaves fall from one layer to another? Yep. Was that always a thing? Yeah. Well, it's been a thing for a very long time. Maybe not always a thing. Oh shit, this is actually like destroying floors. Hold up. This isn't destroying floors. This is actually kind of bad. Get that other one first, please. Thank you. Don't do that. Do that. I remember back in the day thinking it was raining blood because it was fall and leaves had started falling. And that, to this day, might be one of the funniest things that ever happened to me. Or one of the funniest reactions I ever had to something happening in Dwarf was going, "Oh my god, what is that?" Oh, it's fall. All right. I think we've helped out these silly humans enough. If this done allowed these dunces into my fort, I don't know, I give up. Let's try it. Let's get this shut. Would only spawn in a volatile 2, or you would get caravan bypass your location notifications, and RAM could do the same. I guess. Yeah, that's the other thing that's a little weird to me about them is that they do that apparently, but they only leave after being unable to path for 30 days or so, says Tarn. But if the guys hauling it die, then it just seems to stay forever. Deny. Let's see what they doobles. Be really fun if they actually went over here and broke stuff. There's a goose over there. Let's pull this. Well, I was able to kill a few, actually more than a few of them. With trees. That's kind of funny. Actually. That is kind of really funny. Alright, chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? How many? 61 elves, 32 men. 3 skunkmen, 2 sparrowmen, like 100 something. A bunch of rams that are unable to get in gear. I also haven't given them a way into the fort, so I'm curious to see if they have any plots or plans to get around. They're bugged? Yes, thanks, genius. We know. That's why I said they failed to get into gear. Maybe they've been eaten by termites. You know what? Let's try this. Let's let them in this store. Let's have some variety for our sake. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Nyo nyo nyo. Maybe not the best idea, actually. I was thinking about maybe moving this drawbridge, but how much ammo do you have lying around? 802? Ah, come on, we can do better. Although they could be doing an actual siege. Oh shit, hold up. I was saying we were going on about them being bugged, chat, but look at this. Look at this. They're using the pathway I built for them. I'm so sorry, humans. I take back all of my criticism of your driving ability. Maybe not all of it, but much of it. So they can move better than wagons because they're like going to areas where one of my siege operators was fighting with them. Okay, so they're trying to get into the fort. They did do some shooting. They just hung back and waited for orders, I suppose. So where'd the others go? Okay, one's coming up this way. This one's still thinking about it. They just don't know yet. Maybe they're connected to this squad? Maybe I just have the hierarchies super wrong. I haven't heard anything about such things, Alfie. The problem is, we lost an opportunity to get our king. Uh-oh. I should have been paying a little bit more attention. I was super enamored with the fact that the dudes were coming towards us, but it appears that we have lost Attila the Dun, chat. We need to get our dwarves a little bit better serviced here as we continue to fight them back at the front door. All right, so far so Dwarf. They do seem to be falling back a wee bit. Some of my dwarves have decided to make a charge. And they have fallen. We shall close the gates in dramatic siege fashion. As a very brave siege operator makes a charge for it. Good luck there, duder. I don't really know what your intended outcome here is supposed to be. But it's not going to go well, let me tell you. Hopefully, there we go. I love an old-fashioned drawbridge shutters. I think I should go over here and chuck all these. All right. Someone's reloading that probably, I would guess. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Out of copper bolts, because I did that in the timeline. Silly me. Silly, silly, silly me. Where are those? Yep. Wait, okay, hold on. I want to test something else. Are they trying to... Hold on. Are they trying to get... Specifically, trying to get to my trade depot? Hang on. If I open this, do the rams move? Now I'm just doing science. Why is the gate down? Oh, because I was trying to see if I could make them move. Trying to just have some fun, you know? So do they move if that's open? Okay, now, right now they are not moving. But, if I go here, okay, maybe not there. If I go right here and place a trade depot. They're too waggony. They're so waggony, I can see them wagging their tails from here. I mean, I'm sure Also, Warren is now the rightful heir and has inherited the position of paint vises. Oh, it's happening again. I'm also just gonna go here. Whoa. I think I just saw Vomit move. I know it might sound random, but that means there's stealth units there. I think that Vomit just moved. Which, I realize that is a... Okay, never mind, it was just a dog running through it. False alarm. Don't panic, it's fine. Okay, well they are trying to get to that door now. Let's see. After polite discussion with local rivals, tourist, okay, so we did get the king again, has claimed the position of king of the sacrificial rocks. Chat, long live the king. Hail to the king, in so many words. Okay, so now that's built. If these start moving, I'm gonna laugh pretty hard. I guess no laughing for me. I'll give them a bit and see if they figure out how to move. Man, these humans are having a rough time of it. I think they're just bridges. I don't. Can they hit doors? I'm thinking. Okay, hold on. Let me actually test that. Let me place a door right here. Let's also plop another bridge down right here. That's kind of what we're doing right now, is just trial and error science. Figure out exactly how these new systems work. Unless, oh no. No, they should, they've gone up steeper, weirder branches than that. Here comes another army. Or another squad of the same army. I suppose they just had their heart set on going up. Okay, actually, hold on. I've got another way to test this trade depot thing. Let's deconstruct this one. Let's give them only one option. Meanwhile, down here, they're regrouping a little bit in the tunnels. They broke the doors? Oh, really? Okay, I was unaware of that. That's good to know. I do have a question. Was that a very flat map that they were playing on in that other stream? The reason I ask... The door was locked? Okay. So if I lock this door, will that tempt them? But there's also these... I wonder if these drawbridges are fucking with them. It's funny because I would assume... Well, let's try opening these drawbridges. Check the surface again. I haven't deconstructed this yet. Underground, where the bolt throwers are fighting and letting loose and flinging things in the direction of the baddies as they slowly become a pile of melted mucus. Okay, hold on. Let me actually just stop all this so I'm not just scaring dwarves I don't need to be scaring. The rams do look incredible. I guess I haven't said that enough. They do look awesome. Still got 9 bolts left. Yeah, we are running out of ammo for the bolt throwers. Gotta keep making more. Yep, we are officially out of ammo on the bolt throwers, which is good because we're also almost out of baddies. Cool. I wonder if they're like a heat-seeking missile. Where like once they set a target, if you remove access to it, they just freak out. Just go, oh god, why? What? Where do you go now? I am confused. All right, well, let's close this again. And go back up top here. And set my Marks Dwarfs to go stand here. And close this again. Sorry to the corpse I'm about to unexist. And also, let's turn these off. And see if they start moving again. Although, maybe they're intentionally stopped and they're waiting for something? As for what? I don't know. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Because I know that, like, hang back is one of the behaviors, so maybe they're waiting for the entirety of a different squad to be dead. Which could be possible. I'm just throwing out ideas now. Because maybe that's a thing? Because maybe I'm just massively misinterpreting their behaviors? But, like, it's not like there's a way to check. I mean, this is the actual commander. Actually, hold on. Let me try something. It's me sort of cheating here. Well, now this squad is moving again. Everything's getting reloaded. Except for that ballista. We just got a baby, which was the real hero, gave birth to a girl. Okay, well, the humans are moving up. Because the way humans used to siege in the past is all they would do is just stand around outside until you came and fought them. So they might still be doing something like that. You want to name a catapult tosser? Okay, sure. And here come, well, the attempt to assault the front door, but my Marks Dwarves seem to be doing a pretty good job. Here comes some additions. If they go close enough to the bottom of the wall, these guys can't hit them. Okay. There go my Marks Dwarves, firing out more bolts. Marks Dwarves are so goddamn strong. Holy shit, man. So bloody strong still. And they can shoot much further down than the bolt throwers can, that's for sure. Okay, so if we kill the entirety of this squad, with this skunk Hammerlord, who seems to be retreating now. Are you retreating? Yeah, I think you're retreating. Okay, so you leave the map. So in a few seconds, they will have left the map. So that leaves what? Reliving not being knocked out during a cave-in, yeah? So this is their one remaining captain. They are still technically sieging me. Although now I've also destroyed my trading depot up here, so my my theory of are they trying to get to the trading depot is now moot again. Let's make another trading depot and find out. After the game saves. But yeah, as Chad has confirmed several, or at least once today, rams don't hit walls. They hit doors and bridges, from what we know. And the rams are either getting stuck or they're just very slow at progressing. I'm not totally sure which. I think, personally, the actual plan here is just go fight them. Unless you guys can think of something better, chat. There's really not that many left. I think we should go meet them on my lawn after I build this and see if this makes it work. That's my theory, is that they are literally wagons. Because if they are literally wagons, because the time that they were moving was when this was accessible to them. So let's see, do they start moving again now? Because if so, then they're trying to get to the wagons. I'm just going to send my squads up. Because I think I can kill the last of them. There ain't that many left. And I'll be honest, I would like to see them die. I got a lot of fixing of this fort to do right now. Also, chat room, we're in an ad break, so I will pause until the ads are done. So, like, if a bridge is being rammed, can't the bridge just atom smash the ram? I also wanted to try that. I wanted to try that. I mean, maybe. Although, maybe a ram is considered big. Maybe it's like a demon, where they're considered big enough that you can't break it on the ram. I also haven't seen anybody dig into my fort yet. Well, they broke the floors and then failed to make it in. The goblins tried, but... Oh, I think I did that a long time ago. Cross flam. It's just got a wall piece on top of it now. All right, here we go. Let's let my dwarves be some heroes. Uh-oh. Finding dwarves dead. Oh, that makes sense. It's like the reason that dwarf disappeared was because nobody was giving them water because it's outside the burrow. So rest in peace, Zassit. This is a spear dwarf who forgot to bring any weapons because they have no ability to... Oh, they didn't forget. They don't have any hands that function. So instead, they're just going to go face check, and we'll see how this goes. Not as good as it could have gone so far, but not as bad as it could have gone so far. Okay, as bad as it could have gone so far. Let's see what else we can do. The Marks dwarves are being smart and fighting from a safe distance, although they all appear to have left. Oh, never mind. They're all just down here. They're trying to pick off these guys, of which they broke that one. That's good. We've got Vabok, the sword's dwarf, who is trying. I will say, maybe I'm just very off base, but the enemies seem way better at combat now. Like, I'm losing a significantly higher portion of my dwarves in one-on-one combat like this than I think I ever have before. Except for maybe, like... Okay, so there's still 3 left. Oh, it's these guys, of course. Don't think they have their own goals, so to speak. I think that needs to be made more clear. Because they also, like, have too much independence, I guess. Like, yeah, I don't know. They just seem, like, unfinished, I guess. Like, there's too many variables that could cause them to break that the game doesn't account for right now. And I think that needs work, is my take. Is the weakest point of this patch right now are the Rams, because they act in ways that doesn't really make much sense, and at worst are annoying, and at best are just kind of confusing. Steel breaks now? What do you mean? I mean, steel stuff used to break before, but does it break more often now or something? Because, like, if we're talking about, like, steel weapons breaking and shit, and armor, yeah, that stuff's been breaking as long as I've played, but... Is there, like, a considerably higher amount of stuff made of steel breaking now? I would make, like, a car brakes joke, but I don't actually know if car brakes are made out of steel. It feels higher? That's the sort of thing that I think would be on the wiki, like, pretty quick. Okay. Pads or not? Got it. All right. I still don't know enough about them to make the joke, though, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Something's collapsed? Oh, we're chopping down the rest of the trees. Whoops. Should have it. You dozed off for a hot minute? Well, welcome back to reality. Oh no, a dwarf was found dead, badly crushed. Well. Oh shit! Well, ain't that nifty? Hey, you know, if the wagon can make it to my fort... so should the battering rams. Another ram? Well... maybe the humans' problem is they don't have horse-pulling ram technology. I think cyanide might be correct. Because gear used to break a shit ton all the time. So that's my current assumption. Is that it's just that it's not that they're breaking more often, it's just the enemy is better at breaking your armor now. Because I've been melting down and getting rid of steel armor for years. Oh no, their combat skills are significantly higher. Crossflam. I mean, I've been getting attacked by, like, hammer lords and shit. I also haven't been able to trade yet this stream. This is my first successful trade. We've just been under siege every time, so I guess that part's good. How's the fort tonight? I like this update a lot. I think it adds a lot of really cool variety. I think that the rams feel unfinished, and it's hard to tell if they're working or not, and what they're trying to do, and don't seem to really do much aside from make you have to go out and kill them after a siege is kind of ending. They just seem like they're stuck all the time, but they might just like have no reason to path to the fortress. And yeah, rams are weird. But everything else about the update has been kind of awesome so far as I'm concerned. Like, I've been having a great time with it. Aside from, like, rams feeling broken for no reason. Or for no real discernible reason, I guess. I desperately need to make a mist generator, though, I think. The local Tim Hortons really wants its workers... I've had the same position advertised to you on the job search site emails like 4 times now. I mean, people keep quitting. People keep quitting, you gotta keep hiring. Those are generally high turnover jobs anyway. You also agree with the Rams, though? Yeah. I mean, we killed a demonic overlord, which was pretty cool. Definitely the highlight of today. I thought I already made a gravestone for you. Let's see. Oh, guess not. And I would like a disable all button. Like a siege mode on and off where it just enables or disables all of these somewhere. I just want the ability to do more with this than we currently can. I'm actually going to leave everything down in here forbidden. And we're just going to burn everything. In there... pulling this. Without summoning a hapless teenager from another world. Is this an anime joke? Yes. Or more specifically, we killed a demon master. Is what we killed? Wait, I thought I forbid everything in here. Clearly there's stuff not forbidden. Get forbid. You had to leave for a bit. Any cool highlights from the towering skinless lizard army earlier? We won. My Baroness killed him with a bolt thrower, which is pretty dope, if you ask me. Pretty dope indeed. Future of the Fortress for December. Please, less multi-parters. I was scripting the next one last night, and it... Ugh. So many multi-parter questions. It was a lot, is what I'm trying to say. You've also seen a higher soldier casualty rate, which you're guessing is purely the better weapons and units. I'm presuming it's the better weapons and units, and also, like, you know, better marks dwarves. Marks, like, ranged dwarf characters have gotten better, so if they're sending higher skill ranged units as well with better gear, like, yeah, no, it all kind of makes sense. I just kind of wish Tarn left the... I just kind of wish that the Rams had a little bit more time to cook. Or they were just a little bit more clear. Maybe I'm dumb and they're working perfectly. I don't know. But it feels like the sort of thing they would run... Like, it feels like the sort of thing they would abandon and try to attack you if they had a way in. And then run back and get if there wasn't a way in, you know? Like, that's kind of how it feels to me, which is why it feels weird. Like, kind of the way I would expect something like that to work is that they would bring the Rams in and leave them at the entrance of the map. And then try and siege you. And if they couldn't find a way in, then they'd go back and get the Rams and then try and knock down the wall, you know? They're strong now? Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I saw one dwarf, like, one tap an army of 8. Like, just bop, 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 bop. Just with individual bolts. Like, they are really strong now when they put their little minds to it. Maybe, or at the very least, like, because here's the thing, Crossflame. Like, somebody in Twitch chat suggested that it's possible that they only activate if there isn't a way into the fortress and there's a door or a drawbridge that they can break. And otherwise, they wouldn't have a reason to go there. But they also seem to beeline it directly for the trade depot. So I can't tell if they're actually not working as intended or if they're just extraordinarily badly explained. It could be either, really. It really could be either. But I do hope that we see some sort of, like, either tweak or adjustment or buff or nerf or something. Behavior change to the Rams. Or a toggle to turn them off until there is one. Either or. But something to fix them so that they work in a way that makes more sense. Just waiting for my trader to get over here. Seems like a red flag to you. But that's the thing, is I can't tell if it... The fact that they do at the end is, but hold on a second. I've got a thing I gotta respond to. we back. How goes the sieging? It's pretty singy. Let's see. That's a lot of gems. I will happily take them and them gems. Oh my god. Finally, we're actually getting decent size. You know what? Screw it. I'll take the clay. Why not? So take the water skins. Why not? Let's buy some instruments, because why not? Don't need them cages. You know, now I really want those great axes to be brought by my dwarf, like, for my dwarves, because I feel like that would be a lot of fun. Like, yes, bring me the quality, weirdly big axes. I'm also gonna buy their brewing stuff, because oddly enough, I've been neglecting every facet of this fortress outside of, like, trying to keep up with these sieges that I have turned up to very high difficulty and kind of ignoring everything else. So I'm gonna just buy a bunch of stuff to make booze. We're kind of out of alcohol at the moment. Or at the very least, run a little bit low on the supply, you know? Gotta pump those numbers up a little bit. Where are the barrels at? Did you not bring booze? Okay, they did. Let's get rid of a couple of these, couple of those, couple of those. Maybe not. That. Yeah, let's try this. Is that? No, okay. Is there like any ridiculously expensive things in here? Okay, don't need Bark Scorpion Man's Venom. Don't need that. Need to get this to like a more likely success rate. I love how plump helmets are so expensive. Let's just remove plump helmets until we have a higher likelihood of success. I think my trader's rusty. Task. Tisk, 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 tisk. There we go. Alrighty. Now I got plenty of stuff to make booze with. Are picks still a great weapon? There's great picks now. Picks have always been like a decent weapon. It's just annoying to equip them, right? Has anyone gone berserk yet? Berserk? No. Oh, you mean like because of the moods? Yeah. Now I need to sort out my moods a wee bit. What I think I'm gonna do actually is in the next like 10 minutes here, I'm just going to make a mist generator like right here. Like maybe boop, boop. Yeah, okay. That's actually a perfect spot. Like literally right there, right there, right there, right there. I have had a couple of tantrums happen, but nothing super major. The thing is, like, the reason most of these dwarves are, like, angry isn't because, like, oh no, the world's ending. It's because, of just the general stress of this fort. Whoopsies. Oh, someone was found dead. Uh-oh. Speaking of somebody going crazy, I think one of my Mark dwarves just went crazy. So, does that answer your question? Three. I think you just jinxed it. Mate. Well, look what you did. Even Stormwolf was found dead. Big upset. Look what you did. Why did you do that to me? This is all your fault. You were the chosen one. You just didn't have to say shit and we would have been fine. No, it's all good. Let's just go down to here real quick. Doobie 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 doo. That is not the button I wanted. That is the button I wanted. Was that a... we had a... I thought the giant rhino died. I had a giant rhino, but he died. No, this is a giant warthog. He's friend. Yeah. Still some dwarves fighting. Thankfully, we just got a new migrant wave. I'm sure they can help patch everybody back up. Ironically, everything was totally fine until somebody mentioned it. So, I know it's not you who did it, but in my heart, damn you! You've doomed us all! Why did you say something? We would have been totally fine. No one would have noticed. You had to say something. Everything was going just fine until you opened your big mouth. That's not true. Nothing was going fine. Migrants, yes, fresh bodies for the stupidity train. But I think I stated this a bunch yesterday. I do actually want this fortress to get destroyed. So we can see more things. So, you know, if it collapses under the weight of the dwarves, that's fine. If it collapses under the weight of the baddies, that's also fine. As long as we get a good story to tell at the end of it. Actually, hold on a second. Let me check something real quick. I may need more hospital workers. Doctor. Chief Medical Dwarf. Doctor. And my Baron's also a doctor. Okay, well. What are we missing? I'm sure we're missing something. No, we got everybody. Let's get a few extras in here. Just a few backups, you know? Holy shit, that's a lot of dwarves. We're currently dying, or in pain. Well, good news is we were able to get stuff traded. Can't be mad if you're dead. You know, it's a very valid point. I hadn't considered that. Truly, I hadn't considered that. Domas the Dyer has been taken by a Fey mood. Ha ha ha! I mean, there's plenty of dead dwarves already. We don't need more. I mean, different kind of Dyer. Oldest joke in the book. What you up to, Dwarf? Oh, look, a kid. That's distressing. Did I actually make you that slab? I thought I did. So I had a goblin kidnap a dead dwarf. I had a dwarf baby, or a kid, that got kidnapped by a goblin and died on the way out. Which honestly might actually be one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen happen. Is just a goblin hauling it's just a goblin hauling a dead body. Goblin had one job. Hey, I mean, he was trying to complete it. Actually, don't know how so many people died all of a sudden and why I don't know where their bodies went. Weird. At least one of them's been put to rest. That's good. Well, something I have to say is, today has gone just fine, I think. I genuinely have no idea why all these dwarves are just straight up missing and we don't know where their bodies are. That is bizarre. Did, like, a bunch of people fall into the volcano or something? The fight was near the volcano? Is it? Is that what happened? Huh. Okay, well, let me just engrave some memorials real quick. I was under the impression that we would see more of the bodies, but I guess not. Because usually they see them die if somebody falls into a volcano, but I guess not if everybody's scattered and, like, left. I guess I can't say that nobody's fallen into the volcano, hey? Although somebody fell into the volcano yesterday, so... So, if chat, when people ask how many people died falling into the volcano, you can be like, I don't know, 2 dozeners. I think I did Amish, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Well, that's funny. Needs railing to be safe? I'm trying to cover it with housing, okay? So once I'm done covering it in housing, it'll be totally safe, I swear. You cannot deny the theory. Unless somebody, like, you know, breaks through the floor for... How many of you fucking fell in the volcano? Oh, never mind. Someone was found dead. I think we also, like... Oh. Oh, they killed, like, most of the caravan. Dwarves. Sorry, just this, like... Hall of horses leaving is one of the funniest fucking things I've seen today. That is incredible, actually. Like, truly fucking incredible. I don't even know what to say. Chat room? It's 4:30. I've got a pretty big Future of the Fortress video I'd like to get out by the end of the weekend. I think I'm going to think a lot about the events of this fort today. And we will continue this madness tomorrow. You know, pulling a nope during a horror movie, Bearded Armor, is the best way to preserve your own life. We will. Oh! Fuck me, I know what happened. That's what happened. Duh. Dwarves probably ran down here to try and grab stuff and then burnt up. That's probably what happened. If I were to bet. Or that probably was part of it. At least one person probably died down there. Anyways, but why? Cleaning. Yes. Let's just get this done real quick. Let's just get this done real quick. I would really like... Okay, never mind. I don't have the stuff yet. I would really like to get this done. It's just too many hauling jobs, I think. How many dwarves are still resting? Okay, not that many. Chat room, we will pick this fort back up tomorrow, I think. And, either doom this fortress to eternal damnation or, unfuck it and keep it going. Tomorrow, yes. I will be on tomorrow. I did take Wednesday, Thursday off this week. But I will be on tomorrow. Tomorrow being Saturday. So look forward to Saturday's stream. And probably a Sunday stream, too. I will be, taking Monday off because I have a bunch of real-life things I gotta do. So, yeah. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow. Normal time. For more of this, whatever this is. Because I don't know, your boys got to make a how to defeat these sieges thing, but first I got to make sure they're working properly. All right, the YouTube stream is now down. And I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but I super didn't eat lunch today. So I'm gonna go eat something is what I'm gonna do. Let's see if we can spot somebody who's playing some dwarfs who I don't recognize. Well, there was some people I didn't recognize earlier. It's a person who's speaking French.